Good evening. Welcome to the Select Board's meeting
Recording in progress.
on this Tuesday, December 7th. This is our regular meeting. I have one announcement to make, and then I will see whether or not my fellow Select Board members have other announcements to make. Town Council is designated by the Select Board to review the meeting minutes of the board's executive session periodically for the purpose of determining whether the meeting minutes may be released or should remain confidential, because publication would defeat the lawful purposes of the executive session. Under the open meeting law, the determination must be announced at the Select Board's next meeting and included in the minutes of the meeting. I have reviewed the minutes of the board's meetings in executive session, meaning town council, pertaining to the following dates, and they have determined as follows the following meeting dates with the determination, and I will read those off right now. January 7th, 2020, release. January 21st, 2020, release. January 28th, 2020, withhold page 1, release pages 2 and 3. February 4th, 2020, release. February 11th, 2020, release. March 3rd, 2020, release. Page 1, release, withhold page 1, release page 2. April 28th, 2020, release. May 5th, 2020, withhold. May 19th, 2020, withhold. June 16th, 2020, withhold page 1, release page 2. July 14th, 2020, release page 1 only. July 21st, 2021, release page 2. August 25th, 2021, withhold. September 3rd, 2020, withhold. September 22, 2020, withhold. October 6th, 2020, withhold. November 10th, 2020, withhold, and December 8th, 2020, release. Any comments by select board members? Bernard?
Oh, excuse me.
You just went off video.
Yeah, inadvertently. Okay, I just wanted to mention something that I think maybe other board members will mention, and that is the really nice story on WBZ about a local bakery, Kuchel's Bakery. I used to go there before the pandemic a lot to get whole wheat bagels and jalapeno cream cheese. One way to wake up in the morning with jalapenos. At any rate, there was a quote in the patch, I think, about this story that I thought was really nice. It says, Farzad Garbi started working here in 1984 as an immigrant from Iran and is now the owner, a Muslim man married to an Irish Catholic woman, now running a Jewish bakery. And he says, only in America. I think that's really a beautiful sentiment. So I thought I'd just bring that to the public's attention.
Great, thank you. John?
Thanks very much, Heather. I just quickly on Bernard's note, I just want people to know that the only thing that has been around longer than Kuchel's Bakery is me. I've been around for so long. I remember when Kuchel's opened, and I was editor of a newspaper that was just down the block from Kuchel's, and I remember somebody bringing a loaf of bread into the office from Kuchel's, and he demonstrated that it was properly baked by tapping on the bottom of it for me. So anyway, that's not why I asked to speak. I just want to take note of something quite important and special that's taking place at the Coolidge Corner Theater. There's going to be a benefit premiere on December 9th of All the Lonely People. And it's a film that deals with an issue that is of extreme importance, and that is social isolation, otherwise, known as loneliness. And it is a concern, especially among those who serve the senior adult population. And we have many people of that description in Brookline, including our own Council on Aging, but also Brookline CAN, which is the Brookline Community Aging Network. And they are, they very much want people to know about this film and to be aware that the issue that it deals with is one that we'll all be better informed about if we take advantage of this premiere that is occurring at the Coolidge Corner Theater. And it is both in person and streaming. And as I say, this premiere is coming up to Thursday, December 9th. So I'm happy to pass along that word.
Great. Miriam, and then I believe Raul has an announcement.
So mine will be fairly short. Get your booster shot. That's one. I'm getting mine next Wednesday at, I believe, Florida Rough and Ridley through one of the Brookline clinics, which are now both full. So please get boosted. The CDC now recommends all adults get boosted. And also Mutual Aid Brookline is helping with a big gift drive for Brookline kids. So please head over to Mutual Aid Brookline. There's a list for a registry and you can buy something off the registry and donate it. And hopefully we'll be able to make some kids season happy. Apparently there was something through Toys for Tots that fell through. So this would be a way for us to take care of our Brookline kids. That's it.
Raul?
Thank you, Heather. So I wanted to take this time tonight to make an announcement. I've been thinking a lot as this year draws to a close and the end of my select board term approaches in May. I've been thinking a lot about my future and how I can be most effective in advancing the issues that move our community and the Commonwealth forward. So I wanted to let my colleagues, town staff, and the public know that I've decided not to run for re-election to the select board. Let me tell you, it's not an easy decision, but after talking with my partner, colleagues, friends, and advocates, I know it's the right one. Very proud of the work that I've done on the board over the last few years, being a consistent champion for the most impactful approaches to tackling the climate crisis, generating more truly affordable housing, mitigating the worst impacts of the pandemic, and incorporating racial and economic justice into everything we do, leading efforts to reimagine public safety, supporting our small businesses and nonprofits, and providing critical resources to our neighbors in Brookline Housing Authority residences. And I'm especially proud to have helped this board finally reach a settlement with Mr. Gerald Alston. Ending that 11-year saga in a just way was one of the main reasons I ran for select board, and I'm glad to have gotten that done. It's tough for any one board member to have an impact in a distributed leadership approach like ours, but I'm proud to have made some meaningful contributions to our collective work. Frankly, there's a lot more I'd like to get done before my term is up. As I've said here before, I'm committed to working with staff, colleagues, and advocates to make 12 weeks paid leave for birth or adoption available to all municipal employees. As a new dad, I know it's the right thing to do, and I know we can make it happen. I'm committed to ensuring that ARPA funds are equitably distributed so those most impacted by the pandemic get the resources they need. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to invest in our future, and we need to get it right. I'm committed to partnering with our schools to make universal pre-K a reality in Brookline. It's absolutely essential to addressing racial and economic disparities in our community. We have a unique opportunity to make this happen with potential financial support coming from Congress and the State House. And I'm committed to launching a Fare Free 66 bus pilot in Brookline in partnership with Boston and Cambridge. It's a smart investment for low-income residents and others who rely on the bus to commute. It's good for small businesses, providing hop-on, hop-off access to our commercial districts, and it's good for the environment and mitigating traffic too. You know, I'm really committed to continuing to work with my colleagues to get cannabis equity right, to implement a Vision Zero policy to public safety in our public ways, and to make hires for police chief, legal counsel, and other department heads that will move Brookline forward. So what's next for me? A little bit of other news I'd like to announce is that I'm running for state representative in the 15th Norfolk District here in Brookline. I see this as an opportunity to bring the work I've done on this board to the State House in a way that best represents the interest of our entire community, incorporates the insights I've gained through municipal leadership, and provides critical racial justice lens while presenting bold solutions to tough issues in a way that moves Massachusetts forward. There'll be plenty of time to talk about that race and what I hope to do for Brookline in the months to come. But for now, I wanted to say thanks to my colleagues, staff, and community partners for your support. and to let you know that I'm eager to work with our board chair and fellow members to make my final months on the select board some of our most productive, meaningful, and memorable ones. Thank you.
Great. If there are no other comments, we can go into public comment. Take it away, Raul.
Sure thing. Well, thanks everybody for joining us for public comment. It's an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first on our list?
First person signed up for public comment is Jim Franco. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening. I'm Jim Franco, town meeting member from Precinct 1. I'm disappointed that the tax classification agenda item does not seem to be a public hearing because last year the select board decided to reduce the property tax burden for businesses and have the cost picked up by residential taxpayers. This was done, I think, in response to the COVID situation, and I hope to hear a discussion later that includes returning to the prior classification split. Next, I've been seeing advertising asking residents how they would like to spend $43 million in ARPA funds. I have not heard much from the town about restoring funds lost because of COVID-related additional expenses or reduced revenues. In my view, revenue reductions and additional expenses should be itemized, totaled, and subtracted off the top of the $43 million so that the town is made whole. I have heard that the fiscal year 2020 COVID impact was about $6.1 million and will be about the same in fiscal year 2021. I hope the select board will discuss this topic soon and include an analysis, maybe a one-page summary that the community will find informative, and that the board will identify the amount of ARPA funds, if any, that will be used to make the town whole. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jonathan Klein. You've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin once you unmute.
Thank you, Jonathan Klein, town meeting member, precinct 10, and a resident of 150 St. Paul in Brookline at the corner of St. Paul and Sewell Street. My public comment tonight is about the funding for the transportation department, and in particular, the question of pedestrian safety in Brookline. This has become a very front and present issue, because of the tragedy on Washington Street. But it came to my attention last April because of complaints I had from constituents regarding the safety of the intersection at St. Paul and Sewell, which is really very dangerous for pedestrians. St. Paul, gets people trying to go very quickly. There are crosswalks, but the visibility is not good. And I contacted the transportation department last April. I was eventually told with some very specific suggestions and questions, I was eventually told by Todd Corain that they would like to do a study of it, but that couldn't happen until the fall. I followed it up this fall. I'm now being told that it is on the list for a study, but that won't happen until next April, and that they are quite backlogged with projects. And I know there are people in other areas that have similar concerns. So I think the question of pedestrian safety and fully funding our transportation department so that it has the staff capacity to do the work that we need to make our streets safe is critically important. And I urge you to, in considering the fiscal 22 budget, to look very carefully at the requests of the transportation department and consider them for full funding so that we can move through these requests for review and make the kind of improvements we need. There are other longer term issues I know that, that need to be focused on. and I endorse them as well. But I want to call to your attention what I think is a serious problem that I had personally not been aware of until the last 6 months. Thank you very much.
At this time, there are 39 attendees and no one has indicated they'd like to make a comment.
So a deviation from the norm, I will respond to two comments that were made during this public comment. The first, the tax reclassification, we actually did have a public hearing. It was last week. If people do want to make comments, we'll entertain them. You just have to let Devin know that you want to speak during that agenda item. And we will have a robust philosophical discussion about what our tax rate will be, considering various experiments that we've done in just my 4 short years on the board. It's important to know what was done so that you can reflect on whether it achieved a desired result or whether or not you need to change course. As far as the transportation department, this is a larger conversation. This select board will be having a more robust discussion about next year's budget. I think that's either next week or the week after. And I personally will be pushing very hard for us to get either more staff or more resources in the transportation department. I'll just put a pin in that because we have a number of public hearings to get to tonight. So without any objection, I'll move into miscellaneous. The first item is meeting minutes from November 30th. Any edits, questions, comments? Seeing none, I will move approval of those meeting minutes. All those in favor, Bernard? You'll have to unmute.
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. And now I'll just quickly run down the other list of miscellaneous items. Approving the proclamation in recognition of and in gratitude to Kenneth Kaplan for his 20+ years of service on our building commission. A question of accepting a gift in the amount of $10,000 from Anthem Films Incorporated to be deposited into account. I'm not going to read all those numbers, and used towards improvements at the Walnut Hills Cemetery. Approving the following budget transfer request in the planning department. $42,000 from permanent and full-time to professional and technical services. Question of approving the authorization to hire request for a senior clerk typist in the town clerk's office. Approving the authorization to hire request for a park maintenance craftsperson in the Parks and Open Space Division of our Department of Public Works. Approving extra work order number 1 in the amount of $3,354.28 for accessibility improvements linking the Brookline Housing Authority, Walnut Street residences to the Gateway East project's universally accessible pedestrian facilities. And finally, approving a temporary wine and malt beverage non-sales license to the Lars Anderson Auto Museum to be held on Tuesday, December 14th, 2021 for a luncheon presentation from 11:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. at 15 Newton Street. 50 people are expected to attend. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. So our first public hearing tonight is an Eversource grant of location. Do we have Phyllis Galloway?
Madam Chair, you're moving so quickly. The hearing isn't scheduled till 6:30, but if you wanted to address some of the preliminary presentations, you could, but we're going to have to wait a little bit for this hearing,
Okay,
gently. And possibly you could bring up boards and commissions appointments. It's the only one I see that isn't really.
okay, why don't we do that? Just to lay it all out there, there are 3 people, 2 of which to be reappointed to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and then one new member possibly to be appointed to the Zoning Board of Appeals. You may remember that Neil Washinsky interviewed for a vacancy that is on that board right now. I have personally talked to the chair, Jesse Geller, because we appointed Neil to the 10 Brookline Place study committee fairly recently, and it will inevitably go before the Zoning Board of Appeals. But we had our town council weigh in on whether this was a conflict. They deemed it not. He just has to file a disclosure. And the chair, Jesse Geller, has assured me that Neil, will not be assigned to the ZBA when it hears 10 Brookline Place. I will also follow up with our planning staff to make sure that they are aware of that scheduling conflict. Any questions before I read the names? Okay. Seeing none, I will read off reappointment of Jesse Geller for a 3-year term expiring in 2024. Reappointment of Paul Bell for a 3-year term expiring in 2024. And appointment of Neil Washinsky for a 2-year term expiring in 2023. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam. I'll take that
Aye.
as an aye.
Yes.
Okay. And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. We still have like 8 minutes. I mean, can we
Take a
at
break.
least kind of get well, okay. Should we take a break?
I mean, unless we have something else that's short and quick. I don't think we do.
It might be nice to have a small break so that you can get refreshments.
I will.
It might be a long night with all the public hearings.
Okay.
So we will resume at 6:30 promptly.
Good evening, Erin Galantine, Commissioner of Public Works. So this evening you have one grant of location request from Eversource and one grant of location request from Verizon New England. These requests have been reviewed by a senior staff civil engineer and our Director of Engineering and Transportation. Eversource has for your approval a request to install 50 feet of 4 to 5 inch PVC conduit in Independence Drive to provide new underground electric service. This is for a new customer. And Verizon has for your approval a request to place one new 2-inch conduit about 45 feet from an existing manhole on Pleasant Street to a new handhole. This petition is also requested to provide new services. Representatives from Eversource and then following that Verizon are in attendance to present these projects and answer any questions from the board. And just as a reminder, the Department of Public Works will issue street opening permits following any approvals and inspect all trenches and asphalt restoration upon completion. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that thorough and concise description. Any comments or questions from select board members? Did either representative from either company want to say a few words? Otherwise, we might just, oh, this is a public hearing. And Devin, let me know if anybody has signed up to make a public comment.
At this time,
I'm going to.
Oh, sorry. There are
No
40
worries.
attendees and no one has indicated they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, great. Thank you for confirming that. John?
Yes, I promised myself the last time we had one of these hearings that I would ask this same question at all future utility hearings of this type. And that is, could someone just comment on whether there will be a municipal shadow conduit offered with this installation?
I think that's probably best addressed by our commissioner, Erin Galantine. Do you happen to know?
I do not. No, there is no provision for shadow conduit that are part of either of these petitions.
Is that something that if this board wanted to move forward with, is that a warrant article before town meeting? Is that a bylaw change?
I think that is something that we would need to discuss with the utilities and see how they manage this with other municipalities. And is this just a sort of practice that we could engage in as we're reviewing their applications, that they do this when and if there is sort of appropriate space and it makes sense. So I think that either of the petitioners are free to make any comments regarding any sort of shadow conduit and if this is something they do elsewhere and whether or not they would be willing to do that here.
Hi, Erin. This is Phyllis Galloway. I'm a right-of-way agent at Eversource. I'm not familiar with that process, but I can get information from our legal department and get back to you in regards to that question.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. My name is Bill Wallace with Verizon. There is no overall standard for that. It's usually based at a request at the time. If the municipality should warrant or need to have a conduit, I can't say that it hasn't not been placed in previous locations, but it's usually a situation at a time.
Great. Thank you so much. So Erin, as you just heard from John, he plans to ask about this at all of the grants of location. So if we can work offline to develop a policy, I would really appreciate that. And I would be surprised if this were not eligible for ARPA money. But I'll leave that to you to investigate if you can.
Yeah, that sounds right. And it may need sort of more of a holistic approach, right, as opposed to these sort of one-off line by lines. These are usually small little sections for new services. At least that's what we've seen largely over the past year.
Great. Anything you can do to to address this would be really appreciated by this board. I understand we have a public commenter. Lynn, would you like to speak? You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Actually, I want to speak at a later issue you will be dealing with. I apologize for the delay.
Oh, no worries. If you just want to let Devin know in the chat which issue specifically, and then she'll put you in the correct queue. Okay, well, I can close the public hearing. Can I close the public hearing for both? Are we taking them together?
Thought you were.
Okay, I'm taking them together. So I will close both public hearings and we will take the votes one at a time, if that is clear to everyone. It's only about 3/4 clear to me. Okay, so the voted language will be the question of approving the grant of location request from NStar Electric Company doing business as Eversource Energy for work on Independence Drive northwesterly approximately 280 southwest of Jerry Road. Install a distance of 50 feet of conduit from manhole MH number 20611. Any comments before I take the roll? Seeing none. Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. And then the second vote, I approve, I move approval of the grant of location request from NStar Electric Company doing business as Eversource Energy for work on Independence Drive northwesterly, approximately 280 southwest of Jerry Road. Install a distance of 50 feet of conduit from manhole. Is this the same
Yeah.
vote?
No, it's the next item on the agenda is what you're looking for, a Verizon grant.
Okay, I apologize. That appeared twice. So a question of authorizing the grant of location request for Verizon New England Incorporated to place one new 2-inch conduit approximately 45 feet southwesterly from existing manhole MH 38319, which is situated on the easterly side of Pleasant Street, to a new handhole situated on the westerly side of Pleasant Street. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you
Have a
very
good
much.
evening.
Thank you.
Okay, on to what I'm sure a lot of people will consider the main event. 845 Boylston Street, 40B public hearing. I know that we have a lot of people who have written to us regarding this. And I know a lot of people wish to speak tonight. So let me I don't usually talk that long. So I wrote all of my thoughts down and it is kind of long, but I think it's going to be helpful. So if you'll indulge me. For the benefit of residents that may not be as familiar with comprehensive permits as other neighborhoods in town, I'm going to review a few important pieces of information that many of you might find useful. I will then ask that the applicant's team introduce themselves and give a brief presentation, no more than 7 minutes, please, and then I will open the public hearing. Please let Devin Fields know that you want to speak by contacting her via the comment window. You will have up to 3 minutes to speak when we call on you. Please do not go over your time. We will give you a 30-second warning. We will then close the public hearing and have further discussion amongst the select board members themselves. It is important to understand that we are not voting on this matter tonight. We will vote on this matter next week after we hear from you and incorporate your comments into our letter to Mass Housing, which is the financing agency for this project. The state law referred to as 40B presumes a community has unmet needs for affordable housing if less than 10% of our year-round housing units are on the state's subsidized housing inventory, Sometimes you'll hear that referred to as the SHI. As of tonight, our planning director reports we are at 9.9%. 10% is the threshold, so we are this close. There are other avenues where the town can be deemed to either temporarily or permanently meet minimum state requirements, which I'm not going to go into tonight, but we do not believe we currently meet these minimum requirements. In order to encourage the creation of more housing units, the state's 40B rules, regulations, and guidelines offer an alternative permitting process that is effectively exempt from our local zoning bylaw. Our zoning board of appeals follow public hearings over about a 6-month process, makes a decision on these so-called 40B or comprehensive permit cases, and includes conditions on these applications. But the permitting process is not as specifically regulated as, say, a special permit or a variance request. In short, when a community like ours does not meet the minimum state requirements, the 10% threshold, the Zoning Board of Appeals decision can be appealed by the developer to a state housing appeals committee, where decisions are by a very large margin found in favor of the developer. Individual members of the select board have expressed a desire for the town to create more affordable housing units, even after we meet this 10% threshold. However, speaking for myself, I'm also looking forward to the point where our zoning board of appeals can take up these cases without the threat of a subsequent decision by that housing appeals committee. Now, for an announcement in the spirit of abundant transparency, if either a building permit is issued for a development in South Brookline called Pudding Stone, or the Zoning Board of Appeals issues a decision regarding 108 Center Street prior to the applicant for 845 Boylston filing a comprehensive permit application with the Zoning Board of Appeals, our planning director believes we will be above the 10% threshold. If that ends up being the case, the applicant would not have any recourse with the Housing Appeals Committee, as the board's decision would be considered consistent with local needs. Before an applicant can apply for a comprehensive permit, they must receive what's called a project eligibility letter from a housing finance agency, which is basically a determination as to whether the proposed project is eligible for subsidized financing. That eligibility determination includes whether the conceptual project design is generally appropriate for the site on which it is located. So tonight, the select board is holding a public hearing before we send a comment letter to the financing agency regarding a 40-unit residential development proposed at 845 Boylston Street. We have received dozens of written comments ahead of time, and I have read many of them. Thank you for these. These comment letters and the applicant's application to the finance agency are all posted on the planning department's webpage for this project, which is www.brooklinema.gov/2026. While there, you can also look at our other recent 40B projects, of which we've had many, and see how the proposal changes during the permitting process. The select board has some experience in this process. It is my observation that the subsidizing agency often incorporates a couple of our comments, flagging key items that they recommend the applicant consider before putting together a comprehensive permit application package to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a comprehensive permit. Taking into account those recommendations, the applicant will sometimes, although rarely, reduce the scale of their project before applying to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Sometimes the financing agency will note particular items that will likely be analyzed more by the Zoning Board of Appeals, town staff, and peer reviewers. Additionally, the discussion at this pre-application stage helps the applicant discern early on those items of highest priority identified by the select board and the neighborhood. Reading these comments and letters, we understand there is special concern in this neighborhood about the site circulation with regards to pick up and drop off at the Heath School on Reservoir Road, how operations at the adjacent fire station might be affected, traffic congestion, availability of curbside residential parking in neighborhood streets, the sheer size of the project, both with regards to the number of units, overall volume, and height, especially as experienced from the single-family homes north of the site. Comments received to date also include interest in whether there are any environmental issues due to the site formerly being a gas station. Concern about the proposed lack of setbacks, open space, and tree canopy being proposed, concern to what extent this site is walkable to mass transit, shopping, and civic institutions, and I'm sure we'll hear additional concerns tonight. I'm almost done. I know this seems like a complicated process, and it is. It is helpful for us if you try to understand the process and provide comments that we can act on. There are not many factors that we can control, so if you can prioritize your concerns, that would be extremely helpful for us. Following the public hearing tonight, as well as at our meeting next week, the Select Board will discuss what to highlight in our letter to the financing agency. In addition to comments already received in writing, we will attach in our letter to the financing agency a summary of the verbal comments made this evening. Now I will turn it over to the applicant for a brief presentation. Who do we have that will be presenting on this applicant's behalf?
Madam Chair, my name is Robert Allen, for the record. I have a law practice here at 300 Washington Street, and I appreciate you setting the table. That was a Thanksgiving Day table you just set, so I appreciate you've summed up both sides pretty good, and I'm sure there's going to be more conversation as time go forward about the 10% and where we are in relationship to the 10%. But Madam Chair, I'm here tonight, this evening, with our project architect, Steve Sousa, Elena McRoyce from the development team, our 40B consultant, Lynn Sweet, and Ashley Clark, a senior planner here in my office, who will be running the slides. We will do our best to be as brief as we can. I know you have a lot going on, and I know a lot of neighbors have a chance to speak, and we want to continue to hear the neighbors and work with the neighbors. As you all know, we submitted an application to Mass Housing for project eligibility phase, which has initiated the town's public comment period, which brings us here tonight. The overview of the presentation tonight, we're going to give you an update on where we are in the process, review the project, go over the affordability and sustainability components, review the plans with you, and hopefully answer any questions that you may have. Just quickly, the development team here, we actually have a lot with some Brookline roots, which I think is helpful. You know, I personally have a lot of friends in this neighborhood, and I hope that they have enough faith in me to know that I will continue to work with them and try to come up with a project that works for both the developer and the neighborhood. As for the process update, as I mentioned, we've submitted an application for a Pell to Mass Housing. Mass Housing is currently reviewing our application and are generally looking as to whether the project, quote unquote, pencils financially and whether the location is generally appropriate for residential use. Part of that process is a site visit by the state, which we completed. A representative from the planning board and the school department attended, as well as members of our team. Another part of that process is getting comments from the town. Brookline does a very thorough job generating comments on 40B. To support this part of the process, we were asked to present this proposal to the planning board, which we were happy to do to answer their questions. We also got a lot of feedback from the board as well as members of the public. I wanted to mention that my client takes the comments very seriously, and why we can't make any changes at this point, because those changes ultimately need to come at the direction of the ZBA. We're hoping to have another meeting with just the neighborhood prior to going before the ZBA to get more feedback and start thinking about how we can address the concerns or work to mitigate them. I know a lot of people in this neighborhood, and I know this is a neighborhood that has not seen any multi-family housing or affordable housing projects under 40B, but almost to a letter, there seems to be support in the neighborhood for diversity in housing stock and the economic diversity that this project would help bring. Also, if the goal is to diversify housing in this town, which I know it is, where else but on Route 9 and in a part of the town that doesn't currently have any affordable housing available. Once the Pell letter is issued, we can apply to the ZBA. That application starts an intensive review process. The ZBA will hire peer reviewers on things such as design, traffic, stormwater to help them review the project, which they will look to the developer to fund. It is important to note and important for people to hear that as far as any 40B projects that my office has worked on, no project goes out the same way it came in, and projects benefit from the expertise on the ZBA. the talented peer reviewers they bring in, and the public insight into the neighborhood impacts. Again, we are committed to following this process that the town has set out. As to the site location, many of you are familiar with the site. I know a couple of you have visited the site, if not all of you. We've all driven by it, I'm sure. My client has been controlling owner of the property for approximately 11 years. Many people still remember this as Clancy Texaco. Upon the gas station closure, there was a written determination to DEP that the site was remediated in accordance with all applicable statutes and regulations, and there are no contaminants present at the site or at any area of concern. And according to DEP, there is no activity or use limitation on the property as of 2006. So hopefully that issue will be put to rest. As many of the neighbors may know, the property owner has worked for 10 years to explore finding a developer to redevelop the site. There were a number of ideas, but nothing came to fruition. Idle land is not very common in Brookline, as we well know. Part of the problem relates to the property being triangular lot with a significant drop in topography in a local business district with a 0.5 FAR. Under our zoning bylaw, there is nothing that can be built on this site as of right, and the max allowable square footage is about 7,600 square feet, and 60% of the first floor would be required to be commercial. Initially, we sought to develop this lot under 40A using the town zoning bylaw. But after meeting with the neighbors and a preliminary meeting with planning board, two things became very clear. One, getting the numerous variances relief that would have been needed seemed impossible. And two, the neighborhood was really concerned that the traffic and safety that would be generated from the proposed commercial use. To remove the commercial use on the ground floor would require a use variance, arguably the most difficult form of zoning relief, which requires demonstrating that a relief is needed to preserve a historic structure, for instance. Here we have no structure at all, it's just land. Seeing the writing on the wall, my client decided, and knowing where the town was in the 40B process, that my client had a decision to make and decided to apply for Pell. Granted, this site borders mainly a single-family district, but the site is certainly suitable for a 40B development, being on Route 9 and in an area underserved by affordable housing and diversity in its housing stock. As this 40B proposal was put together, the team tried as best we could to factor in some of the neighbors' concerns that we had learned from the previous submittal. Again, the neighborhood had concerns about commercial traffic coming on Reservoir Road and having commercial parking competing with school drop-off. By removing the commercial use as part of this 40B, we designed the entire building around circulation on the site, and the Sousa development team created a way to have access to the site off Route 9 for all commercial traffic like Uber, trash removal, and deliveries, as well as guest parking, while keeping the residential traffic to access the garage off Reservoir Road. So it would just be Reservoir Road would have the residential traffic only. Of course, when there was a change from 40A to 40B, the economics of the process changes, since under 40B, we must provide 25% of the units as affordable. So it did grow in size to accommodate the extra units. Project overview, real quick, because our architect will get into more details, but just at the high level, we're proposing a 5-story building that's about 58 feet in height, has 40 apartment units, 10 of which would be affordable. We'll provide 10% of the units as 3 bedrooms or 4 units as required by fair housing. We're proposing 41 parking spots and 40 bike spaces. We think the project will greatly improve a blighted lot that has been sat fenced off for a long time and is somewhat of an eyesore driving down Route 9. The building and property will be professionally managed, and we have an opportunity to expand the existing sidewalk and plant some trees along the streetscape that will improve this area for pedestrians. We appreciate the concerns regarding bike lane expansion in the future and look forward to working through those details when we get to the ZBA process. As for affordability, we think this project aligns with the town's housing production plan, which I know is currently being updated. The project would add 40 units to the town's SHI, 10 units would be affordable to a household making 80% of the AMI, the area median income. And as for sustainability, the project is proposed as a fossil fuel-free building, with the exception of a generator, which we need more information on, but essentially fossil fuel-free. We're also proposing bike storage for residents and building upgrades, such as solar panels for common space, and are going into details such as no VOC paint, meaning the paint contains no volatile organic compounds or a very small number of VOCs. So I think we've tried to address some of what I'll call the hot button concerns in the town, whether it's sustainability, whether it's diversity in the economics and diversity in this housing stock. We've tried to incorporate this in arguably a site that makes a lot of sense in South Brookline on Route 9. We feel like we have a development here that with the process that the town puts together, we can come up with something that could work for the neighborhood and for a lot of the town goals. If I may, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sousa. He can go through the plans. I know the board has looked at them. I explained to him to go through them somewhat quickly, and you can always ask questions and he can go back to it.
Great. Please quickly, because we have, I think, 8 or so people signed up to speak.
Okay, my name is Stephen Sousa. I'm from Sousa Design Architects. Our office is at 81 Boylston Street. I live at 27 Walcott Road in Brookline. I lived in this particular neighborhood last year at 70 Cleveland Road for a year while I was doing renovations. All right, quickly into it. This is, go back a slide, please. This is the existing context of the building. You know, you could see on the first slide, you could see the historic fire station. Then it's followed by single-story retail establishments. On the westbound section of Route 9, on the eastbound section, there's a 2-story medical office building, 822 Boylston, and then 830 is a 3-story, 855 is a 5-story medical office building. Next. So we did this little study of sort of the streetscape coming down Reservoir Road. There on the right is the property line. On the red is the edge of our building. You see a mature tree. Then you see that remnants of the structure that used to be there right at the streetscape. Part of this project, we're pushing the sidewalk back, creating a wider sidewalk of 9 or 10 feet in locations to create sort of that safety piece of the students coming to the school. Next slide. This is the ground floor of the building. We're providing 41 spots, 25 through lifts. We're entering and egressing on Reservoir Road, you know, and then quickly touch on the zoning. We're proposing the lot is 16,192 square feet. I know there's some questions on that, but that's the accurate lot size. It's been instrument surveyed. It's a contradiction of what's on the assessors database, but that's accurate. The FAR is 3.9 for the building. And the building height at the streetscape is 58 feet. It does drop off significantly in the back, and the building height changes towards the rear of the building because there's a site, there's like a 10-foot site drop. You know, and we're providing 40 bike spaces. Next slide.
Wait, can you go back a second? Can you just, I see Reservoir Road, where's Route 9?
Route 9 is in front.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Okay, so part of our solution was we were pulling, there's 2 existing curb cuts on Route 9. We were pulling all the traffic in under the building on Route 9 into a drop-off area. We've provided 8 feet for people to park, and it's still a 12-foot drive lane for people to able to go get through that. So that provides a covered drop-off pickup area for the building, again, for deliveries, ride sharing, those sort of stuff. We are providing trash on that level to keep it on Route 9. And then there's some amenities in the building. There's a gym, dog washing station, this sort of 40 bike storage room in that sort of piece for bike storage and bike repair. There's a management office, and then there's 4 units located on the first floor. Next slide. Typically, this is a typical 2nd through 3rd floor plan. There's 9 units. Pretty standard. Top floor plan, we'll get into this. We've pushed this top floor back 8 feet around the edge of the building for a couple of reasons. One, to create open space for the inhabitants of the top floor. The other thing is scale mitigation at the streetscape. We're pushing that back to lessen that effect at the streetscape and how people experience the building. Next slide. This is a front rendering of the building, right? So again, on the right, you see people coming in, they're able to egress under the building. As you walk down the building, there's an entranceway into the residential piece. And then on the left-hand side is the exit way. Again, we're using sort of traditional materials and sort of that contemporary expression of traditional materials. The base is sort of a cultured limestone. Then we come up to brick. And then with the decorative cornice at that 4th story level, and then we set back the top floor and it becomes a lighter fenestration. And we achieve that by creating a larger overhang that acts as a sunshade and keeps the building to be energy efficient, right? So we're breaking down that, again, further on that is a series of bays that break down that scale. And as Bobby talked about, that the front sidewalk is 11 feet. So it's a great opportunity for us to add that streetscape trees and create a couple of things, buffer noise, you know, it eliminates those heat islands to some degree in that piece. As we turn the corner coming down Reservoir Road, we're addressing that corner by a bullnose round bay that's transparent and light. And it's 4 stories up, and then above that's sort of a balcony. Next slide. This is a view looking down Reservoir Road. As you can see, it's a lot of tree canopies and stuff. I haven't really mentioned the tree canopies, but there's a lot of stuff here. There's mature trees on the site that are 80 feet tall. Next slide. So these are context photos, right? So we were talking about those large trees. There's one there on the right beside the fire station, right? That's like 85 feet tall. And those other trees on the left-hand side of the site, we've had them measured, they're 80 feet tall. So the whole site has a tremendous amount of vegetation through that sort of stuff. In fact, when we're doing shadow studies, it's very difficult because all the shadows are coming from sort of that vegetation on the site. And so we did these renderings to show before and after stuff. So here's the after of the building in the rendering. In that place. And next slide. So now, you know, obviously the major sort of discussion point is how's that impact the neighborhood. So what we did very clearly was we put the building in existing photos. 8 Fairway is on the right, and then we looked at how this building affects that piece. So there's the building. You can see, you know, that a butter is there and how that works up through the street. There's mature street trees on Reservoir Road that create a canopy on Reservoir as well as Fairway. Next slide. And here it is from a photo from the back again, and there's the building in the background. So that is about as quick as I could do it, but thank you very much for allowing me.
Great, thank you so much. There was a question in the Q&A about how many residents you were expecting might occupy this building once it's complete. I don't know if you have that number readily available. If you don't, we'll just move on.
There's 40 units, you know, we'll have to extrapolate what that would be.
Okay, thank you. I do want to get straight to public comment because Devin has alerted me that the number has grown to over 10. So if there are no objections from select board members, we can move right into public comment. Devin, let me know who's first signed up.
The first person signed up for public comment is Nancy Gardner. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Well, I'll be very brief. Thank you very much for this opportunity to submit both written and verbal comments, which we have done, and thank you, everyone. I support many of the comments that are to come, I'm sure, but I will speak specifically to Reservoir Road, where my husband and I have lived for over 30 years and have raised our children who went to the Heath School. First of all, speaking on this street has always been an issue, and with respect to Attorney Allen, the residents are concerned not just about commercial traffic, but also about the sheer volume of traffic. And 40 parking places with, as I understand, an elevator method of parking would be very difficult to keep traffic moving on the street. As it is, although a two-way street, it is not a street where 2 cars can go in opposite directions without slowing down or coming to a stop. And this is true from the intersection of Route 9 all the way down the street to the intersection with Crafts. There's been a history of fast traffic. Children walk to school, they bike to school. People drop their children off there. And yes, there is an entrance to school on Elliott, but a lot of families park and enter and exit the school on Reservoir. The photos just shown of the view down Reservoir were misleading, I think, and you'd really have to see the street to understand. It is really not wide enough for 2 lanes of traffic, particularly with parked cars. I'm trying to think, and the environmental issues, I'm sure will be addressed by others. And the fire station is an issue because we are the gateway to the neighborhood. And when a fire truck needs to get not just to Reservoir Road, but to Fairway Road, to Middlesex Road, and to other roads nearby, they come down very fast on our street. If there is any concern with cars coming in and out of that building, that will not be possible. And this, as far as I'm concerned, whether or not there's an accident, it's not a when, it's not an if, it's a when. And this project will only make that more likely. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Kathleen O'Connell. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking as someone who lives on the opposite side of Heath School. So I look up over Heath at Route 9, but I also taught at Heath School in the back of the building for 21 years. So I've seen the drop-off process up, close for many, many years. Recently with COVID, and I expect it to continue, the drop-off now at Heath is more centered around the back of the school. Students line up outside, probably I would say grades 3rd through 8th are dropped off behind the building lining up. With the 8th graders coming down, of course, they don't like to walk very far, so they get dropped off more towards the fire station. They just walk down the hill, and then all the other grades to one side. Many parents now drop their kids off behind the school, and the school gets extremely congested. There's also not enough parking for the staff at the school. So staff park on the street, some park already on Reservoir Road. Many people also park like in the front of the building, on the streets all around there, because there's just no space for staff to park, or not enough, as well as even not places for visitors to the school to park as well. So the concerns I have are the safety, the drop off and pickup. Even just dropping by, that's the way I cut through when I come down to Acres Avenue. I turn down Reservoir Road, and even at like 3:30, there'll be like 10 cars parked back there. Staff also have to be in by a certain time, so just getting all the staff into the back as well. The other thing which I wanted to bring up is that I do not have parking. I also kind of am interested in the fact that you think this would be the only affordable housing in the neighborhood. The whole Elliott Crescent and Settlement neighborhood are affordable housing by Brookline standards. So I really think, and also all along Route 9 there is more affordable housing. And in my opinion, it's true affordable housing. It's older 3-family houses, rental units. It's not new houses. Development in our neighborhood, when it gets changed from condominiums to condominiums, is now selling for between $1.5 million to $2 million. I personally don't consider that affordable housing.
You have 30 seconds.
That would have to be reduced, but I find that interesting that you think there's no affordable housing in that neighborhood. The other thing is just there's limited parking in the area. There's lots of houses that park at Heath School. I worry that you're only allotting 40 spaces because I think that that's not a really walkable site, and many of those 2 or 3 bedroom places would probably end up with 2 cars. So where are all those people going to park? Because there's not a lot of parking, extra parking in this neighborhood. So those are some of the concerns that I have that I hope that you'll be able to address. Thank you.
Next person signed up for public comment is Polly Rabat. You've been promoted to a panelist and you can unmute. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. I live about a 1/10 of a mile from the site. Our street is the first street off Fairway Road. We would be able to just barely see the building from our front yard. I wanted to expand upon the traffic issue on and off of Reservoir Road, but bring a different context to it. In addition to firefighters and other first responders whose driveway to enter and exit their workspace is literally across the street from where Souza and Allen are proposing this driveway, that is exactly the space where all the educators have to pass through to get to the parking lot. In addition, the Brookline High School bus that comes from the Baker School District makes a left turn and comes down Reservoir and then picks up and discharges passengers there. As well, there are 2 other large-scale school buses that turn and go the other way, one to the Park School and one to Dexter Southfield. There are times when literally those school buses have to pass at the same time on Reservoir, and children are definitely late for school because I've seen buses have to go into reverse, which is extremely dangerous for all the passengers on the bus and the pedestrians. There is no current crossing guard anywhere on Reservoir, so students are having to self-navigate, and that has always been an issue. It would be like unimaginable to me to dump 40 cars who are people trying to go to work at the same time as these various circulations on a road that's very small. And while we're talking about it right now and there's no snow, I need you all to imagine what happens when it snows. So during the snow removal, the snow is mostly piled up now directly in front of the building that's being proposed. And the area becomes very narrow because that sidewalk is cleared by the town with some sort of a professional snow machine that creates like a 4-foot wide accessible route. So I literally think you'd have to close the road on a snowy day. And I have no idea how a first responder would get down to our neighborhood, given all of those various conditions. I do want to also say that I've done a little research about 40B, and I think there's a developer in Weymouth that had a town meeting, and his name is Ken Ryder, and was proposing some very large unit, and he sat down with the neighborhood and really got a chance to understand exactly what would be the right size. I feel a little shut out of the process that this hasn't happened already. I think it could be there belongs some sort of affordable housing. I'm not opposed to the site, of course, being developed, but I think 41 units and all those cars dumping out into such a precarious location doesn't seem like it's really teamwork. And if we did a better job with teamwork, maybe we would have more affordable housing because neighbors would kind of be working with developers. It doesn't feel like there's any kind of trust.
The next person signed up for public comment is Carla Banca. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you, Devin. Good evening. I'm Carla Benka. I live at 26 Circuit Road, and I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 13. Thank you to the board for holding this hearing, and particular thanks to select board members John Van Scoyac and Heather Hamilton for joining a small group of neighbors last Sunday for a site visit at 845 Boylston Street. I'd like to take just 2 minutes. I've even timed my comment to make 3 points. First, there's been a significant amount of discussion recently on the listserv among town meeting members from all parts of town regarding pedestrian safety, noting in the last month alone, 3 pedestrians were hit by cars in Brookline. One of those accidents resulted in a fatality and another in serious injuries. As you know, 845 Boylston Street is a stone's throw away from the Heath School and a very busy pickup and drop-off area for students. Access to and from 845 Boylston's proposed parking is on Reservoir Road to the immediate south of all that school-related activity. As such, it increases the danger to kids, in particular, on a road already frequented by cut-through traffic traveling at high speeds. Second, the Urban Forestry Climate Resiliency Master Plan published last June has recommended that Brookline's townwide tree canopy be increased by the planting of 900 additional trees each year for the next 10 years. The report's guidelines for new residential development stipulate both protection for existing trees and the planting of new trees. The proposed site plan for 845 Boylston offers little opportunity that trees of any significant size can be planted on this property. I'm not talking about street trees, with any likelihood of survival. And lastly, at least one of the emails you received contains a thorough analysis of how this proposal violates the guidelines for 40B projects, which had been published by the Department of Housing and Community Development. That analysis gives you, our chief elected officials, ample justification to oppose the project before you now. I hope you'll give careful consideration to that option, express to Mass Housing the deep concerns of your constituents, and encourage the developer to return with a different plan. Thanks very much.
Next person signed up for public comment is Richard Banka. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will be.
Thank you. I'm Dick Benka. I'm also at 26 Circuit Road and also a town meeting member from Precinct 13. Thank you very much for taking comments and for considering them. You've received my extensive written comments on this project, and I understand those will be forwarded to Mass Housing, and I won't repeat them. I'll just comment on two items in the draft letter that is proposed from the Select Board to Mass Housing. First, I appreciate the fact that the draft letter identifies the need for traffic and parking studies, but it could also be noted that in addition to existing traffic and the proposed garage entrance and exit on Reservoir Road, the garage is only for residents. And there is a drop-off area, but there's no on-site parking for visitors, tradespeople, caregivers who might be needed at the property, and so on. And we know there won't be parking along Route 9 in front of the building, particularly with future bicycle lanes, as noted in the letter. This will force even more vehicular traffic into the Reservoir Fairway Road area. Where there's not just the school pickup and drop off, but there are also kids crossing on foot and on bikes from the residential neighborhood to the Heath School. Second, with regard to the siting and design issues, the draft letter correctly identifies a series of problems. The building height and mass, the need for the tree canopy on private property along Boylston and Reservoir, thus requiring setbacks along those streets, the need for dimensional setbacks with regard to the abutting properties, the lack of building step backs to the adjacent single-family neighborhood in the retail district, and the impact of the topography and the need for sky view and shadow studies. All of these make clear that anything even remotely like the proposed project would violate published standards and would, as a legal matter, be an abuse of discretion. I think the conclusion is inevitable that this project is fundamentally beyond fixing and that denial of project eligibility would be the appropriate recommendation here. Thank you very much.
Next person signed up for public comment is Richard Kalmus. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello, this is Richard Kalmus. I apologize. My video is inoperable. I have lived in this neighborhood since 1967 at my parents' house at 62 Fairway Road, and I now reside at 52 Fairway Road. I highly endorse the letter that has been mentioned before, done by the Benekes. I thought it was excellently written and agreed completely. I also feel that the diagrams shared with us even illustrate a car trying to turn in off of Reservoir Road, going over the yellow line in the middle of the road. When Ron Clancy had that station, very few cars came down the back driveway because it was so steep. It was pretty much unpassable in the wintertime. And the idea that we are now going to allow a driveway that will have a minimum of 40 cars coming in and out, most likely during school hours or primarily during drop-off, is of great concern, especially without being able to make those turns easily. I also think the fact that the developer did not show the numerous 3 family homes just down the street on Route 9, as well as the two family roads on Route 9, is disingenuous. The original project had too high of scale. I think this project is too high. I urge the board to reject it. I think we need to have the developer really have all traffic in whatever is done go in and out on Route 9. I also want to point out that having only 10 units in the building could be affordable. The owner has owned this property for 11 years. Something smaller could be developed and be affordable at a much smaller scale and be more considerate of the neighborhood, the privacy of everybody, of having a 5-story building that also does not mention any of the mechanicals that will probably have to be on the roof. So it could even be higher.
You have 30 seconds.
I just believe that those who are really interested in working with the community could have made a much stronger effort, especially after providing the designs previously. I urge the board to reject these plans. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Gil Hoy. You've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Gil Hoy, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13, a former Select Board member for 4 terms, a former Advisory Committee member, and a proud Heath School graduate in 1969. We live on Reservoir Road, 2 houses in from the trolley tracks, next to the Van Scoyaks. Our 3 children went to Heath. The proposed building is far too large for the space and for the neighborhood. Frankly, it's difficult to imagine a project that could be much worse for the Heath School community, for the safety of our kids that go to school there. Its massive design would have substantial negative impacts on traffic and pedestrian safety, particularly during the Heath School's drop-off and pickup hours. It would impose unacceptable costs and burdens on an already congested neighborhood. As to the proposed parking garage, with its 41 new parking spaces that enter and exit on Reservoir Road, this risks serious injury to our children. It's located at the point of the road that is already congested from Heath School traffic. Reservoir Road is a narrow street. Even now, the road can be difficult to navigate due to parents dropping off their kids, cars parked into the road, service vehicles, and many children walking on the sidewalk. The new proposal would make the situation even more dangerous, substantially so, for the many pre-K to 8th grade kids who walk the area on their way to school. With the 41 proposed new parking spaces, it would be like building 20 new homes right behind the school. Very, very unsafe. Thank you for your time and attention.
Person signed up for public comment is Thorsten Mempel. You've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, everybody, and thank you for taking my comment. So my name is Thorsten Mempel, and I've lived on 14 Fairway Road for the past 11 years. And so this is very close to the intersection of Fairway Road and Reservoir Road. So every morning when I have my breakfast, I can basically observe what is going on at that intersection. I want to, however, start out by saying that I think none of my neighbors or myself have any objections to affordable housing being built in our neighborhood. I think it's actually a good thing. But if there's such a shortage of affordable housing at Brookline, then I'm actually suggesting why not build 50% affordable housing units or even 100% affordable housing units in this development, but at the same time, maybe make the building smaller so there would be less impact on the neighborhood. So if affordable housing is the objective, I think there would be alternative solutions. The main concern, however, that I have also echoes what has been brought up now a couple of times, And this is issues with traffic safety created by or compounded by the planned development. So the situation currently is that staff from the medical offices across Route 9 use the end of Fairway Road for daytime parking, obviously in order to save parking fees at the regular parking lot. And some do so with permits from the town, but there's also a lot of them that don't have permits. So this makes Fairway Road effectively a one-lane street during most of the day. This situation is, of course, further compounded during the drop-off pickup times for Heath School, when parents' vehicles park on one side of Reservoir Road, as well as on both sides of Fairway Road, adding to the vehicles from the medical office staff. This situation is currently a little bit mitigated during COVID times, but it will likely re-emerge as things hopefully at some point normalize. So what makes it difficult now here is that whenever larger vehicles like utility trucks, ambulances, fire trucks want to pass Fairway Road, they actually often get stuck and they have to back up and take an alternative route, or they basically just have to wait until the traffic clears and they can pass through. The other issue, more severely, I think, as was also brought up, kids walking to school with their parents or alone, either coming from nearby houses or from their parked cars, have to navigate the come and go traffic. And in my opinion, it's a miracle that no accidents have occurred so far. So I think this would become even worse if there was additional on-street parking by visitors or second vehicles owned by the residents in this development. Secondly, and I hope I have time to bring this in, cars coming off Route 9 entering Reservoir Road come down the road with 40 miles per hour unless there's opposing traffic that forces them to slow down. Having a garage entry exit exactly in that location where cars come rushing down is basically asking for an accident to happen unless there's actually efforts made to slow traffic down in various ways. So I think there has to be efforts to mitigate traffic either by building larger roads that allow
You've reached 3 minutes.
Parking on both sides of the street. And I guess I have to now turn over, but I hope I have made my point. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Lynn Siegel. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. I share many of the concerns. We live nearby. We had children at Heath, and the traffic seems quite concerning. I want to raise an issue that perhaps is not immediate to the current letter, but more in the spirit of how this site could be reconceived. Like many in the town, my husband and I would like to see more affordable housing, and we'd like to see it preferentially made available to town employees, because otherwise they're living a long way away and commuting in many cases, because there is no or very limited housing that they can afford. And if this site were reconceived with that in mind, one could imagine some of the Heath teachers living there, and one could imagine, or the fire department that works next door. One could imagine a situation in which the traffic impact would actually be substantially less. So I'd like consideration that we're not just trying to create any affordable housing, but we're actually trying to do it for the benefit of our existing community. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jonathan Klein. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Jonathan Klein, town meeting member from Precinct 10. I live at 150 St. Paul Street, about 2.7 miles from the site. I appreciate very, very much the comments of all the neighbors. I take them seriously, and I understand that there's a lot of serious concern about the design of the site. And I hope and believe that during the 40B process with the zoning board that those comments will be addressed in a way that will mitigate those concerns. You know, if there are traffic concerns, we need traffic solutions, you know, perhaps, stoplights on Route 9, perhaps widening of the road, you know, other things that will, perhaps speed bumps, other things that can manage the traffic in a way that makes it appropriate. But those are not reasons for us to deny the right to have more housing that is needed on this site. 7,300 Brookline residents, these numbers are a couple years old, are lower moderate income. That's 29%. 47% of the renters in Brookline spend more than 30% of their income on housing, and 23% spend more than 50% of their income on housing. Waiting lists for subsidized units are 2 to 10 years, mostly closer to the 10 years, not the 2 years. And we know all that the prices of single family homes and condominiums have skyrocketed over the last 4 years. The truth is that low, moderate, and even middle income families can no longer afford to live in Brookline. And as a result, we are systematically excluding African Americans, Latinos, and others who, as the result of historic discrimination, have lower incomes and dramatically less family and inherited wealth. So what are we going to do about that? We have a housing shortage. We have a climate shortage. We need to build more housing. We need to build more market rate housing. We need to build more affordable housing. And we need to find solutions to the challenges in doing that. What I believe in a case like this, and I know I'm going to get a lot of flack for this, is that the neighborhood has a voice, a very strong voice, but the neighborhood doesn't have a veto, because this housing is not just about the neighborhood. This housing is about our entire community, our entire Brookline community, also our entire metropolitan community, and the need that we have for housing. So I think it's very important that we find a way to build housing, and a significant amount of housing on this site. I think we have a good developer, and I encourage the developer, the neighborhood, and the ZBA to work together to find solutions to the traffic and other challenges so that we can get a good housing development that we can all be proud of here. Thank you for your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jeff Watchter. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Hi, my name is Jeff Wachter, and I live at 411 Washington Street. I've been a resident for around 5 years, but I must note that the tenure of a resident should have no impact on how anyone's comments are received. I want to thank the project team for proposing a strong multifamily housing building that addresses one of the most important needs Brookline faces, a significant shortage of housing of all levels of affordability. And I want to encourage the select board to submit positive comments for the PEL, ideally noting the importance of maintaining the number of units currently proposed, as well as addressing the concerns around traffic patterns. Brookline faces a serious housing supply shortage, both of subsidized affordable housing and market rate housing. This project is a great example of a housing development that can begin to address this shortage without overwhelming the town with towers in the sky. I also want to highlight the importance of the family-sized units that this project will provide. Family-sized affordable housing is in extremely short supply, both here in Brookline and really around the region, and creating opportunities for 8 moderate income families based on the 2-bedroom or larger units that are in the proposal. Providing these units of stable, high-quality housing should not be discounted. Our public bodies, town meeting, multiple boards, civic groups, and more have all recognized the importance of prioritizing more housing here in Brookline. There are always excuses, some valid, some less so, for why the project or this project or that project isn't good enough or should be smaller. And this is why we face the housing crunch that we do. Brookline's defaulted to no when considering housing projects for many, many years, and we need to shift our frame of thinking instead to how can we make this project work to provide needed housing. Every neighborhood needs to contribute to Brookline's supply of housing and affordable housing. While it's important to hear from the neighbors about the project and consider their concerns, we need to think about this project in the broader context of what's best for the town. To echo what Jonathan Klein just said, the neighbors get a voice, not a veto. This is a good project that the town should see through. Providing additional housing on Boylston is a great place to be doing it. And I hope the select board will support the project team in their efforts to add vital housing to Brookline. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Sharif Al-Jendi. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Yeah, hi, my name is Sharif. I live in 8 Fairway Road, so the house next to the property, and I moved in 2016. Just to mention first that when I first moved in, I checked the zoning for this land. It is zoned for commercial use. It is zoned for a FAR ratio of 0.5. So basically space like 75 or 7,600 with a setback of, I think 35 feet, more than 30 feet. That's far off from what's required current now, with like almost no setback from like 7 feet setback from the borders. And of course, this huge height. The street slopes down. So from our side of the neighborhood, this building will be around 70 feet high. Before I proceed, I would just want to make a quick comment about the affordable housing. Like my neighbor said, we are all for affordable housing. Actually, would like to sit with the builder and find a way to keep the number of units at 10 or even increase it, but decreasing the mass size of the project. The height and the size is not acceptable, right? We, like when mass housing encouraged the 40B, it encourages to create affordable housing, but it also sets some rules and limitations. With no rules and limitations, will be lawless, it will be chaos. So we need to organize it. So when we say that this building does not fit to what mass housing describes as its surrounding environment, it does not. And I don't, for the sake of time, Carla wrote a great letter specifying how it doesn't fit. So I encourage everybody to read it. I just want to make a quick comment about another effect. It is the environment, right? It's the time is too short to go into numbers and the effect of this house on the carbon footprint. Like we're talking about 40 families, the average carbon footprint annually per family of 4 people is around 65 tons. So basically we're coming into this neighborhood and adding 40 families. This is more than the number of families living on Fairway Road and double the number of families living in Reservoir Road. So yes, we may add 10 affordable units that will really not shorten the wait list, but it's okay, we can add it. I hope we can add more, but at the same time, we're significantly increasing the carbon footprint of coming out of this neighborhood. Now, the shadow effect, the trees that were 80 feet mentioned, these are on my property. I was evaluating my house for solar and they came to measure it and they told me it's 57. Maybe they were wrong, but that's what I was told, 57, not 80. Now, these trees sit on the property line. Now, when we have a setback of such a huge building and a setback of 7 feet, what will happen to this tree? Will they cut the branches or will they let the branches go into the windows of the building? What happens when they dig down to build the retaining wall? Because this land is higher than my property. A retaining wall has to be built and it has to go down deep. What will happen to the root of these trees? We're talking about killing the trees, actually. I don't think there is any possible way to salvage the trees. We'll check with experts, we'll get studies, but my guess is that these trees.
30 seconds.
The shadow effect of the building is not the same like shadow effect of the trees. Actually, it's a solid shadow effect. It will deprivate myself and a lot of neighbors from putting solar panels. So if we're talking about like solar is the future of this will go away. Now we have to talk about the carbon footprint of the building itself, because the recommendation is to decrease this by 30 to 40% by 2030 and to 100% by 2050. Was this taken into consideration when this building was designed or not?
The next person signed up for public comment is Lisa Schatz. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Lisa Schatz. I am a town meeting member in Precinct 11, and I live at 252 Summit Avenue, and I strongly support this project. Over the past 50 years, construction of new starter homes in the US fell from over 418,000 homes per year to 65,000 units per year. The United States is 3.8 million units short of meeting demand, according to Freddie Mac. How could this be? How could we live in a country that can't provide housing for close to 4 million families? And it's because of these kind of discussions that we're having now. This is what the experts say. This is what the Biden administration says, because when developers propose a project such as this one, the neighbors all gather around and come up with every weird and crazy kind of objection with shading and traffic. And this kind of conversation is happening all over the country. And this is leading to just terrible inequity, that people are spending so much money on housing because there isn't enough, because we can't meet the demand for housing because the supply is being curtailed from neighbors who have a lot of power to stop a project. So I support this project. Zoning codes are not that old. They're only like 100 years old. I looked this up, So New York City passed in 1916, they passed the country's first comprehensive zoning code because of a 42-story high building. The buildings proposed here are nowhere near 42 stories high. They're reasonable height. And I think this is a very reasonable project, and neighbors don't see how they're going to benefit from it. And I understand that because they move into a neighborhood and they move into it because they like it. But you know, we're citizens of a
You have 30 seconds.
of a big society, and we have to think of the big picture. And the big picture is that we need more housing, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jim Shea. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks, hon. Yes, I'll keep this brief. There's been a lot of written and oral comments tonight. I just think this seems very rushed. The application itself, there's things that I know couldn't have been intended that are stated in there. I mean, there, for example, there's a statement that there's no steep slopes on the site. Well, the steep slope is one of the big problems for developing the site. So I guess it's all a kind of a rush to get in before we reach 10%. But I think it's silly. And I'll just add another, because I had prepared things, but it's all been said. But in terms of the road itself, it's not just people. I mean, you can run me over if you want. I'm 72 years old. But we have a tree out front that was smacked so many times because the road is so narrow, and so it rotted and it's gone. At least the town, thankfully, cut that one down because it was about to fall. But my friend 2 doors down, Nancy Gardner, her tree didn't get cut down in time, and she's got a big hole in her roof. That was from, we're not talking about annoyance of traffic. We're talking about dangerous situation. It's a matter of time as the other, we got Nancy's, we got a Nancy Lynch, we got a Nancy Gardner, and we have a Nancy Shea. But it's just a matter of time. It is crazy. People careening off of Route 9 down the street. And that's all I have to say.
The next person signed up for public comment is Fran Hoy. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Hi, my name is Fran Hoy. I live at 295 Reservoir Road with my husband, Gil, who you heard from earlier this evening. We raised, and I happen to be the only one in my family that has not graduated from the Heath School, but I was part of that parking scrum in the back of Heath School for 14 years. We had children at the Heath School for 14 years, during which time I was PTO president and rather involved. My point in saying this is, now that our children are grown and healthy, I can say they have almost been hit. Each one of them has almost been hit multiple times behind the Heath School in that parking scrum. It's a nightmare. But Reservoir Road is a unique street in Brookline. It's narrow. The mature trees on either side make it, as to my neighbor's points, almost impassable sometimes. One step and the child's in the middle of the road because there's no break because there's huge trees on the side of the road. And we've talked a lot about the Heath School, but you guys, do you realize 3 different schools feed down Reservoir Road during school time? Brimmer and May, our neighbor around the corner on Middlesex, I see the little stickers in the back of their car because I know they're going to Brimmer and May. There's a new private day school across the bridge from us. It happens to be in Newton, but the parents, because it's easier, come down Reservoir Road, drop their children off, turn a legal U-turn and head back up Reservoir Road. We're not talking about Route 9. We're talking about Reservoir Road. And to a previous speaker's point about where do their friends, family, housekeepers, plumbers, where do they park? They're going to be parking in our already congested streets. When I was PTO president at the Heath School, my car would be parked out back on Reservoir Road for hours every day. That was the only place for me to park. And one last point I'll make, I counted the number of streets on Reservoir Road. This new development with 41 parking spaces would increase the number of cars parking on Reservoir Road by over 50%. You tell me, does that seem reasonable? I don't think so. And the developer that cares so much about the look of the neighborhood has owned this property for 11 years, and it was commented by his own attorney as being decrepit. Why doesn't he do something about it? It doesn't have to be decrepit. He could have planted some flowers while he's waiting to get his big fat development. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Deborah Brown. I am a town meeting member, Precinct 1, and I live on Parkman Street, Coolidge Corner. And I am also the president of the board for the Brookline Improvement Coalition. And BIC, as some of us refer to it, is the town's CDC. And a CDC is a community development corporation, and our goal is to increase affordable housing in Brookline. Our goal is to increase affordable housing in Brookline. We need more housing. And I hear everybody basically saying that. We need more affordable housing. And I think most people recognize that. And when I say affordable, I mean everything from, improvements to low income housing to, workforce housing. If you don't have that middle rung of people living in this town, the gateway, which is how Brookline began, or much of Brookline began in the 50s or expanded, we stand a chance of losing everything that we value about, much of what we value about this town. So the project's early. It's early. And I do believe that the developers and that our town infrastructure, whether it's planning, economic development, ZBA, will work with the developers to make sure that the inconveniences are minimized, that the traffic issues that sound like they're not simply inconveniences, but potentially public health risks are timely addressed. But will it be perfect? No. Will you get everything you want? I can tell you that right now. Absolutely not. But we need more affordable housing. Now, if I had my way, we would just take a town-owned lot and build 40 units. But that's an uphill battle. So the tool we have is 40B. That's the tool that for many of us, we've decided that is the way Brookline wants to advance its affordable housing. That in some ways disappoints me, but that's what we have. Now I look around parts of Brookline and I go, whoa, I'm in North Brookline. Maybe this is an opportunity for people in other parts of Brookline to begin to see the benefits of multifamily housing. Maybe this is an opportunity for people to appreciate what multifamily housing can mean for a neighborhood as a positive. So what else do we stand to get out of this? A partial distribution of affordable housing. Thank you. Perhaps we get more participation from people who live in the town, and not just the people who have lived here a long time. And by the way, I've been here 20 years, but also, people who are low income. Multifamily housing is better for the environment. And I can tell you that walking around Brookline, the odds of me some days of seeing a person of color are non-existent. And so if this creates the opportunity to increase racial and ethnic diversity in this town, I'm all for it. So yes, I support the project. I think everybody should support the project because it's good for Brookline. Thank you very much.
Next person signed up for public comment is John Freeman. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Thank you. I think a lot of this comes down to trust in the developer. When I look at the documents the developer has prepared, I lose all trust. The developer has made it look like these large medical complexes on the eastbound side of Route 9 are part of the neighborhood. They're not. They're set back, they're screened by trees. You don't even know they're there. The developer has, in his pictures, has left out the neighborhood on Reservoir Road with pictures that make it look like it's not really a neighborhood. The developer has unscaled the width of Reservoir Road. If you look at that picture, you would think that Reservoir Road's about the same width as Route 9. It's not. It's a one-lane street, often with cars parked on it, often with people who are, construction. And it's almost never the case that you can drive down Reservoir Road and not stop because one of the lanes is completely restricted. Even if it's not completely restricted, it is so narrow that I would only trust a developer who recognized that in his initial presentation. The initial presentation is dishonest. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Janice Kahn. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate being able to speak here tonight. I actually was not planning to speak. I had no prepared remarks. I am Janice Kahn, town meeting member from Precinct 15, and I live at 63 Craftsland Road, which is a development that was built as workforce housing in Brookline. And I agree with Deborah Brown that 40B is a disappointing tool for creating affordable housing in Brookline. It's a much better tool for creating actual market rate housing in Brookline. It is fundamentally a lie for creating affordable housing. And I believe the developer is disingenuous in wanting to create affordable housing since the project was built, was presented to the neighborhood originally not as a 40B, but when it morphed into a 40B, the project went larger so as to get the number of market rate housing units that the developer had originally wanted. So do we want affordable housing in my part of town? Yes, we do. And do we have a 40B going up in my part of town? Yes, we do. It's at Route 9 and Hammond Street. And the neighborhood worked very productively with the developer on that site. It was a cooperative effort. It is in a commercial area. The plan is to have some commercial streetscape, which is in alignment with our zoning in Brookline, and that is not required when you have a 40B. But again, we had, I think, a very productive effort, neighborhood and developer, when it came to that particular project. And I know that the envisioning of Gateway East is nearing an end, which means that attention is going to be coming to Gateway West. And I would really hope that this developer would want to be a partner in that envisioning, not to go forward at this point with the 40B, but to really be part of a much larger effort to see what we can do at Gateway West and the Route 9 corridor, and be part of something bigger that will in fact benefit everybody in this town. And thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Nancy Lynch. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello, my name is Nancy Lynch. I haven't got video right now. I have been a resident at 3 Hilltop Road for 52 years. I know the neighborhood well. My first consideration, I agree with most of everything that's been said tonight. The traffic issues are catastrophic. I can't go across Route 9 without how many cars running the red lights. it's a terrible situation. My main concern in listening tonight to all of this is I just a really horrible feeling that people in the neighborhood are being construed as being against affordable housing. None of us are. Why doesn't the developer make the whole building affordable housing? To use 40B in this situation to construct a building that is so out of scale was number one, Route 9. The people from 850 Boylston are parking on Hilltop. They're parking on Fairway. We can't get through. This is not, oh, it just pains me to say that this has been done so poorly by the developer. I wish he would go back to the drawing board and find something that would be reasonable to ethnic diversity, to affordable housing, to all the things that we all truly desire. Work with the neighborhood, work with the town, and come to a conclusion that would bring something that is of scale and will contribute to a beautiful, wonderful residential neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Lee Selwyn. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me speak. I sent a lengthy email to the members of the board this afternoon, and I won't repeat what I had already said, but I'm not going to repeat what many of the other speakers have said, who I think have said it very well. But I would like to make a couple of observations. With respect to the issue of affordable housing, the developer has indicated that the affordable housing units would be based on 80% of area median income. The area median income applicable to this type of project is approximately $125,000. So what the developer is defining as an affordable unit is going to be aimed at a family of four with income of approximately $100,000 a year. I'm not sure that that really satisfies the concerns that were expressed by some of the proponents of affordable housing earlier this evening. A second point that I made in my email, which I do want to repeat because no one else has said anything about it, is there is a potential serious issue with respect to the construction itself. Because the building that's proposed for this site will occupy almost 100% of the site, the staging for construction will necessarily require that portions of adjacent streets be permitted for that purpose. That would involve essentially blocking off parts of Route 9 and parts of Reservoir Road. Blocking off parts of Route 9 would require permission of the State Highway Department. I personally doubt that they would grant that, but one never knows. And blocking of Reservoir Road would for potentially a couple of years while this project is under construction, would exacerbate, would make the traffic and parking situation even worse than those who have expressed concern about what it would be like once the building is constructed. Yeah, I should have mentioned incidentally, and my wife just reminded me that I am a town meeting member for Precinct 13. And I'm also a member of the advisory committee and sit on the subcommittee that examines zoning and related land use issues. I think that this project is so far out of scale that it has to be seriously examined and rejected by the board. It's not going to make any material impact on affordable housing, and it is going to have a very devastating effect on the neighborhood. Thank you.
That has concluded the public comment period.
Devin, do let me know if anybody else raises their hand, but for now, I will close the public hearing. What I will do now is before I look to my select board members to see if they want to make any comments, I may give Kara Bruton, our Director of Planning, an opportunity to speak. But before she does, there were a couple of comments that I heard that I just want to respond with my own thoughts about them. It's really important when we use certain words to know exactly what they're meaning. what the meaning is behind them. And when we talk about affordable housing, there's what has been communicated to me as capital A affordable and lowercase affordable. Capital A affordable, which is what we're talking about here tonight because of the 40B angle, it's highly regulated by the state, and there's a housing lottery. There's just a whole lot of stuff that the developer and the town will have to go through the state to make sure that everything goes according to what they require. Lowercase affordable, which I believe a few people were talking about in their comments about whether or not people can, with relatively modest incomes, can afford to live here in town. Those are two very separate things. Lowercase affordable is not regulated by the town or the state. So I just want us to be very clear when we use terms that we know exactly what the meaning is behind them. The other thing that I really want us to be aware of, and I only learned this by serving on the Kent Street Senior Affordable Housing Project. When you have a project that seeks to have subsidized capital A affordable housing, the way you make the economics work when you're a developer is to get subsidy from the state. And so if you are requesting, a 30% area media income or 80% area median income, how many units versus, market rate units, all of that is highly complex and goes into the calculations. In order to make 100% affordable housing, you basically have to get a very sizable commitment from the state that will cover the cost, because those people are not paying market rate. And that's every year. So you need a partner to make up the difference when you go into the affordable housing business. So developers won't do things just out of the goodness of their heart. They need to make it work for the bottom line. Kara, do you want to add anything?
Yes, thank you, Heather. So I am Kara Bruton, Director of Planning and Community Development. At this point, I just wanted to offer a couple thoughts with regards to some of the questions that were in the Q&A. While it is true that offering 25% of the units is one way that an applicant can apply for a comprehensive permit, there is also an option to offer 20% of those units as affordable, but at a lower income threshold. So just to know that we might sometimes say 20% of the units at like a 50% area median income, or 25% at the 80. And as is in this case, I don't have the last time 40B this kind of 80% area median income project went to market, what the lottery was. I can get those numbers for you, but to give you kind of a general sense, when the 32 units at Brookline Housing Authority on Dummer Street became available, and again, that's a much lower median income, there were 2,400 separate applications for that development. We also have an affordable housing opportunities an email list that goes out, and those subscribers do not include predominantly, town meeting members, or those that just want to be in the know. It's from across the Boston metro area, and that list of subscribers is at 4,000, as Heather kind of mentioned in her comments on the Q&A. I would expect with this type of development that we would have hundreds of applicants for each of the 10 subsidized units. And finally, I'll just put in the chat box a link to a Brookline tab story so everybody can see what the conversation was last August in 2020, when the town decided to actually change their local preference from a higher percentage of 70% down to 25%. And this has to do with giving a preference for affordable housing opportunities for town employees. And the article there, I think, is helpful in describing why that decision was made and those issues there. And I'll stop there for now.
Great, thank you, Kara. Any comments by select board members? Again, we're not going to vote on this. Kara was in attendance for the public hearing, so I'm hoping that she will consolidate the comments and make our letter to the state reflective of everything that she heard here tonight. But if anybody wants to highlight something in particular, Bernard and then John?
Yeah, this is not really responsive to the PL letter that we're looking at, but it's something I think we should keep in mind. And it requires a question, and that is, what are the market rate units going for in this building? Because we've found that in some developments, some 40Bs in Brookline, there were affordable units, but the remaining market units had very high rents. And that has what that does is put pressure, upward pressure on rents in the surrounding neighborhoods, which ironically can tend to make apartments in surrounding neighborhoods less affordable as the rents are pressed up by the market. So I think that's just something number one, I'd like to know the answer to that question, what are the market rates or rents? And secondly, I just think this is something we should bear in mind as we're having this discussion of affordable housing.
John?
Thanks very much. Thanks to everyone who spoke tonight on all sides of this. I think, one thing we all have in common is if there was a way to comfortably include 40 units, especially if 40 units with 10 affordable units on a site this small, I don't think we'd even have any room for disagreement here. But this is a site that presents challenges when you're trying to put that many units of housing on it at that particular location. And I just want to highlight a couple of them, if I may. If it's possible for the presenter to go to the slide that included the perspective of Reservoir Road, the perspective of the existing site from Reservoir Road, that would be helpful. Not that one, but the one that is existing Reservoir Road. That's kind of it. I actually recall a different one, but I'll just go on. There are two things about, there's something particular about Reservoir Road that hasn't been sufficiently highlighted as far as I am concerned. The part of Reservoir Road that is adjacent to this proposed development is the steepest part of Reservoir Road. And it comes to a stop at a light. And the light cycle at that light happens to be a very long one. And so a car that is at the light tends to be stopped at a steep angle, and then cars that will occasionally line up behind the first car are parked at an even steeper angle at this light, waiting for this light to change. And believe me when I tell you this, because I've had the experience, it sometimes becomes difficult just to sort of hold your car at a smooth stop because it wants to roll backwards. And then if you counteract that by basically trying to move forward a little bit, you tend to have to hit the accelerator a little bit hard because it's so steep. So just managing the control of your car at that particular stoplight on that particular very steep part of the street is a challenge under existing conditions. And I mean by that there aren't that many cars that show up and line up. Occasionally you'll get one, sometimes two, sometimes three. I'm sure it's much different in the morning when school is, there's drop off and pick up at school hours. I make an exception for that. But with an additional 40 some odd cars exiting onto Reservoir Road, that situation at that light on that very steep part of Reservoir Road is really going to be exacerbated in serious ways that I do think threaten harm to pedestrians. Anybody who is sort of attempting to get across the street at that point and has to sort of weave among cars that are lined up and waiting to use the light, would be in danger of a car lurching, a car sliding backwards. And speaking of sliding, you should try holding your position on that part of Reservoir Road under icy conditions in the winter. I've had my car actually start to slide backwards at that light. So all of that I do think is relevant. I think that it is possible that at a minimum, a condition of approval of this project, if possible, should be based on not having that entrance exit, that main entrance exit to the parking part of the development on Reservoir Road. That's number one. And number two is, I'm glad that we're sort of looking at the property that we're looking at right now, because there was a perspective presented of what the building would look like pretty much from this part of Fairway Road. And then looking past the house there, I believe it's 8 Fairway Road, to the new building. And you don't really get the full impact of the 70-foot, and if they want to correct me and say it's a little less than 70, maybe 68-foot height of the development at the property line, virtually at the property line, where that white fence is. That's the fence at the back property line of the Fairway Road property. I would like to say that if the developer, a minimum requirement for the developer would be to present a perspective on what that property, that new development would look like to a person standing in the backyard of that Fairway Road house. Because you are literally talking about a building that is massive, in other words, stretches the length of the property at that point, and as high as that tree. And it is nearly as high as that tree, excuse me. And it is looming over the backyard of that house within feet of the property line. And I think that perspective has to be shown in order for there to be a fair evaluation of the impact of this development on a neighboring property. And I'll leave my remarks at that for now.
So I assume, because I've sat through a couple of these, that the developer will have to come up with renderings and shadow studies to show how this proposal will affect abutting properties. And I would even, I think I do recall that you have to contract with a traffic engineer. And if they recommend that the cycle at that light be changed, we have the authority to do that, work with MassDOT to change that cycle. Bobby, do you want to respond to that, or nominate somebody from your team? And then I'll recognize Miriam.
You mean, I'm sorry, comment on Mr. Van Scoy's comments?
Yeah, or just what I recall from
Yeah, no,
past 40B.
you're absolutely right. I mean, there's a peer review.
And on the issue of rents, if you can, please.
Sure. There is a peer review process, John, that we'll go through, and we're going to talk to the immediate abutter. We've already talked to the immediate abutter, and I anticipate that the peer review is going to ask all the same questions you asked, and probably push to challenge us to try to see what the setbacks are. I mean, some of the things you don't realize from that line is about 30 feet before you get to the building. So maybe a different perspective would actually show you something that would be more helpful to the developer's cause than what you're suggesting. When we give a presentation like this, we try to be as fair as we can to say, hey, listen, here's from Reservoir, here's from Route 9. So there's going to be a lot more detail. It's way early in the process. As you know, we haven't even submitted anything yet. So there will be more time to go through that. Bernard, I'm not sure I have all the answers for the rents. I can tell you from my perspective, this isn't going to be sort of the high rent district, and maybe Lynn Sweet might have answers to this, but based on the location, based on being on Route 9 there, and I'm not sure what the rental values will be. Lynn, do you want to comment on that?
Well, we did in the project eligibility application put the rents as we see them today, and I believe, sorry, Lynn Sweet, LDS Consulting Group, Wellesley, Mass, living in Brookline, however. Exactly what Attorney Allen said, which is that this is a project that is going to development that's going to be located on Route 9. It doesn't have room for a lot of the high-end amenities that a larger development might have. The market rents will be less than other large developments that are underway, such as a Pudding Stone or Residences of South Brookline.
If we can get some calculations distributed to the board at a later date, that would help us.
So you're looking for what today's projected market rate rents are?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Absolutely.
We'll
Great,
provide
thank
that
you.
to you.
Thank you.
Happy to, Bernard.
Miriam?
Yeah, so I literally drop my daughter off at Reservoir Road every morning for the back entrance of Heath because now because of COVID protocols, the older grades have to enter through the back. That said, I'm a huge fan of affordable housing, big A, little a, all A's, all of it. I'm interested to see where this goes. I do think obviously this is early days. Some things will need to change. One of the things I would like to really suggest you think about, and I don't know if it's possible, but I really think rethinking the entrance on Reservoir Road is something that should be high on your list, and really looking at the traffic study very carefully. I love that it's on Route 9. But I do think that how traffic happens on Reservoir is a terrible road. It needs to be repaved. Maybe some of that can be a part of this discussion and how to fix the sidewalks and how to make it a better road. But I think if it's at all possible to move that entrance off of Reservoir, then that would be a big, I think, help in terms of traffic. So I'm just putting that in there. Again, saying I'm big A, little a, all the A's. And
that's a fair
obviously
conversation to have.
impacts me directly, right? I literally do that drop off every morning. So there you go. What'd you say, Bob?
I said, I think that's a fair conversation to have. We kind of tried to address it in a different way. And again, we did have some neighborhood meetings prior when it was a 48 project, and maybe we misassessed what some of the things we were hearing. We thought putting the residential there might have been a good thing. But you get concerned that if people leave Route 9, they'll loop all the way around and then go through different parts versus just going down Reservoir. So there's always the challenge. And to be honest, that's why it's best to leave it to experts. I know the way I drive, the way you drive, but the experts are going to have something. The town's going to have their experts. We'll have our experts, and they're going to come up with hopefully a solution that makes sense to people. So
I think this is where a really comprehensive traffic study is going to really matter. Because even if they drive past and go down Norfolk, even if they do go around, some of those other roads are just better options. So I think as long as there's openness to really listen to what's being recommended by the traffic study, I think that's what's really important.
absolutely.
Raul.
Thanks, Heather, and I'll be brief. We've done that. We've been through this before, and sort of the place that I've come to is if your general orientation is that the production of housing, particularly affordable housing, big or little a, is good and necessary, then you're likely to support projects like this and overlook maybe some of the flaws. And if you think that the production of housing by and large, or at least in your particular neighborhood on your particular block, and we've heard from people from all parts of Brookline that think that the building that's going up in their neighborhood is in exactly the wrong place, and it should go up on the other side of town somewhere else. And so if that's your orientation, then it's likely that you'll think that any given project is going to be bad and harmful. and then maybe if not overlook, then outweigh the benefits of that kind of project. And here we are once again. And so, my general position is that that development within reason is good and necessary, and that it has tremendous benefits, and that we should, when we can, support it. And I think that the best thing we can do, particularly in situations like this, where we don't have the ability to say you cannot build that there right now. What we should be spending our time doing is figuring out how to work with the folks who are bringing this development to make it to address the needs that are being brought up, some of the needs that we heard today. And I hope despite some folks just saying we don't want this here, at least you're still hearing the concerns, and that those will end up in the letter that ends up going out, the Pell letter. But also that you have an opportunity to have conversations with us. I'm very much open to conversations about things like, what exactly is setbacks, and how much green space we can fit on there. I like the trees. I'd love to see a little bit more green space myself. I would love to have more conversations with developers around green roofs and other things that can be done to combat some of the heat island effects that we see with development. Of course, we have, in this case, a lot that was there. It's not like we're building this on a park. And so, I'm always in favor of net new green space when we're building. This is a little bit net new. I'd like to see it be a lot more net new. To the extent that we can have, outside of the scope of this letter, which we'll take up at a future meeting and send off, to the extent that we could have productive conversations about what might work better for the community, but also just the larger community of Brookline, the kinds of things that we want to see here. I'm hoping that we can have those kinds of conversations. And I'll just say, I know there's this notion around evil developers. I don't care. I don't make $1 when people build a building in Brookline. Maybe I'm in the wrong business. Maybe I should, but I'm not interested in developers making money. I'm interested in housing production and making sure that people have enough places to live, and that to the extent that housing production over time, and no one building is going to do this, but to the extent that housing production over time in our community and others helps create more stock and stabilizes rents, I think that's a good thing. There was a comment about a family of four with a combined income of $100,000 not qualifying as affordable. In Brookline, it does. It absolutely does. That might be difficult for other people to imagine, raising, the idea that raising a family of four and $100,000 in Brookline, you'll be just fine. It's very difficult to be able to find places to do that. And so I know my colleague Bernard Green has talked about this a lot. It's that sort of deeply affordable housing that's important, but it's also workforce housing as well that's really important too. And we can't just discount that. We need to also understand that that's an important part of this. So anyway, I thought the letter that we were presented actually incorporated some of the concerns that we heard tonight, but I know when we see it again, it'll incorporate even more, and hopefully we'll have some productive conversations as a result of it. Thanks.
Miriam, and then I would like to offer a few thoughts.
I just thank you. And I just quickly want to ask about the 41 parking spaces, because I know we just lowered the parking minimums.
You're stealing my thunder.
Sorry. So there it is. So Heather, you want to go into more detail? You can.
Yeah. Before I forget, this is more for Kara. If you can just make sure that the fire chief weighs in on, that entrance exit on Reservoir Road. I just, would like to hear his thoughts before this project.
Yep, the chief has already been consulted with the draft letter you have in front of you.
Great. Okay. So to go into parking minimums, I would really encourage this developer to check in with some of the other 40B and quite frankly, other developments in town. And the one I am thinking about is the 2 Life KI property that I believe only it required 6 on-site parking spaces. And I know that there is a concern that if you don't have enough parking on site, those people go into the neighborhood. But we now have a test case, and we have the information as to whether or not that actually plays out. So I would highly, highly recommend to research whether or not that is an unintended consequence, or whether we could actually kind of solve a lot of the comments here tonight that 41 vehicles, is too much for that particular intersection, given everything else that is on Reservoir Road. John?
Thanks for the chance to make one more comment. And I only do this because it occurred to me this really hasn't been clearly stated for people. Everyone probably recalls seeing some very lush and very tall trees associated with this proposal. What might not be evident is that some, if not all of those trees, most of those trees, are actually just over the property line, and not on the site itself, but directly bordering the site itself. And an issue that we in Brookline are increasingly concerned about and focused on is our canopy trees, and is our preservation, the need to preserve as much as possible the existing canopy trees, and to actually add to the number of canopy trees in the town. And I think one thing I would love to see incorporated into the specifics of this development plan is some kind of a plan for minimizing the threat to the survival of those canopy trees, because the construction work, the digging, the disruption to the soil, and the need to perhaps cut through into the root mass for those canopy trees, I'm assuming, not being an arborist, not being our own Tom Brady, I'm assuming could actually threaten the survival of those immediately adjacent canopy trees. But a plan that is very carefully constructed to avoid that fate would be welcome, and I think is justified in exploring. And I hope we can incorporate that somehow into whatever is the future, whatever the future stipulations are for how this particular construction should be conducted.
Bernard, and then we really need to move along.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. The issue of parking in this project, to the extent that we eliminate parking on site, we're not going to eliminate necessarily the cars who need a place to park. And they're not going to always be parking on the streets. They're going to be looking for traffic, for heat islands to park on, which is, I think, in my opinion, is a big problem here in Brookline. So, I think we just need to keep in mind that, by denying parking spaces, we don't make the cars necessarily go away. And this is an area that's not really that convenient to public transportation. You should expect that people will have cars, and we need to accommodate them one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this public hearing. We will try to incorporate a lot of the comments we heard here tonight, and we will take this matter up again next week and vote on the letter.
Thank you for the time tonight. Really appreciate it.
Of course, thank you. So moving along to our next public hearing, I believe this is the annual license renewals. Mel, do you want to go first, or should we go right to Tiffany?
Well, I don't think we need to go to Tiffany specifically, but my understanding is that you will be taking up the categories of these licenses, and in each case, giving people an opportunity to be heard. There is a full set of departmental review, so if there's any issues, there are a few conditions that I'd like to impose upon certain establishments in the various categories. I'll bring them up when you're ready to take a vote. So I think we should start with in holders. And if there's any public comment, and then, we can just go through the other four categories, the other three categories.
So let me just state what the overall categories are so that people understand what
Sure.
we'll be talking about tonight.
Sure.
Entertainment will be one of them.
No, entertainment was an error. I'm
okay.
sorry. So entertainment will be taken up when we deal with the related restaurant licenses. So that will
Okay.
be, yeah. We're
So
starting.
in holder and then lodging house is separate from in holder, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Secondhand articles and
Correct.
class 1 and class 2 motor vehicles.
That is
Those
correct.
are the licenses that we will be discussing here tonight. Okay, so your recommendation is for us to talk about in holder first.
I will, and there is actually our cover sheet includes both the lodging house and in-holder licenses, but you will notice on page 2, there's a distinction between lodging houses and in-holders. There's 4 in-holder licenses in the town. They're Holiday Inn, Brookline, 1200 Beacon Street, which I believe has a different name now. Homewood Suites at 111 Boylston Street, Brookline Courtyard by Marriott, 40 Webster Street, and the Hilton Garden Inn at 700 Brookline Avenue.
Okay, I know we have a number of people signed up for public comment, but my understanding is that they are primarily for the lodging house and the automobile motor vehicle license. Is there anyone that would like to speak on in holder?
This time there are 31 attendees and no one has used the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Great. Are there any recommendations about conditions for this particular license to any of the? Okay. Any comments or questions by select board members before we move to approve the 1-year license renewal for in holders in Brookline? Seeing none, I will move approval for the in holders that the town administrator just listed for a period of 1 year. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Next on to lodging house.
Yes, lodging houses, as the board knows, was an area of category of licensing that the town's administration spent a lot of time over the past year. And you recall that we had a couple of presentations whereby we reviewed a lot of the administrative and communication issues that have been going on with lodging houses. They're a very difficult group of establishments to keep track of because there's a lot of transition, not only in, of course, the residents, but also some of the management and the required oversight that is required in these lodging houses. But I believe we've done a much better job in getting good track of who's in charge of these licenses and getting communication channels with them. We've identified people who haven't been trained that have now been trained as required under our license regulations. So there are a series of lodging houses. The only one that I would say we have a proposed condition is the fraternity house at 259 St. Paul Street, I believe that it is. And that's to require a licensed pest control report that has not been submitted as of this date. Actually, there's another one. The dormitory at Hellenic College has not completed its complete application materials, including payment. So both of those license we propose making them conditional upon compliance. And as I said, when you get to the vote, I can assist you with that. But at this point, I think it's appropriate to take comments on any of the licensed lodging houses up for renewal at this time.
Great. And I understand that we have a couple of people who have let Devin know that they would like to speak. Devin, will you promote the first person?
The first person signed up for public comment is Elizabeth Keynes. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, I would like to thank the select board for allowing me to present tonight. My name is Elizabeth Kane. I live at 74 Monmouth Street. And I would like to read you a statement prepared by the neighborhood I live in. We, and by we, I mean a group of Brookline residents living on Monmouth and Beacon Streets, would like to provide you with an update as to what has occurred over the past year. A year ago, after a lot of commotion, namely incredible trash issues, noise, and behavioral problems with the lodging houses behind us on Beacon Street, between St. Mary's and Carlton Streets, we requested that the town review the rules for lodging houses and specifically confirm whether the town requires on-site supervision of lodging houses and if it enforces it. We came during the year to confirm that there are 44 lodging houses in Brookline, 10 of which are located on Beacon Street between St. Mary's and Carlton Streets. I would like to speak about 3 of the 10 houses that are directly behind or next to our homes. 1027 Beacon Street provides affordable senior housing. Over the past year, we regularly contacted the management of 1027 Beacon Street to ask them to address one of their residents who regularly puts food such as meat, salad, and loaves of bread out in the alley. This is an alley between Monmouth and Beacon Street, and began to dump some of his food into our private parking spaces. We were told that they would speak with him, but he was just feeding birds. This is not good for many reasons, not the least of which is we have a major issue in our neighborhood with coyotes and rodents. 1019 Beacon Street is a lodging house which rents affordable single occupancy rooms. Over the past year, we, as well as the Brookline Arts Center, contacted the manager of 1019 Beacon Street as we learned via Brookline Police's Facebook page that 1019 had rented a room to a level 3 sex offender. At the time, the only level 3 sex offender living in Brookline. This is a neighborhood full of families with an art school and small park feet away from the residents. 1017 Beacon Street is a lodging house managed by the Pine Street Inn for transitional housing. Please note that the Pine Street Inn also manages 2 other buildings on the block, 1043 and 1045 Beacon Street. We began 2021 by meeting with Pine Street Inn managers and town meeting members to deal with 1017 Beacon Street's trash and behavioral issues. We've been dealing with a huge trash problem as well as tenant at 1017 Beacon who was at times yelling and screaming obscenities for hours. As the year proceeded, we requested from Pine Street Inn help with a woman who we had on several video cameras coming out of 1017 Beacon early in the mornings and putting dozens of alcohol bottles in Monmouth Street residents' trash barrels. This went on for weeks. Then one day in late March, we had a particularly difficult day. There was a tenant of 1017 Beacon who was screaming obscenities for hours. Later that same day, another tenant at 1017 Beacon was in the alley screaming and antagonizing construction workers who were repointing bricks on several buildings. We finally had enough and we called the Pine Street Inn and requested to speak with President Lindia Downey. Later that day, the same out of control tenant approached and began yelling at a Brookline police officer who was in a police car parked in the alley. We called Lieutenant McCarthy, at the time, the police officer in charge of lodging housing. Brookline Police came to 1017, dealt with the issue, and then had the tenant taken to a hospital for evaluation.
You have 30 seconds.
As a result from this, we set up a Zoom meeting with Lindia Downey and brought her up to date with the issues that we've been having at 1017. Pine Street Inn worked to fix the trash problems and hired someone to sleep at the building overnight from 11 to 7. Following these initial Zoom calls, we began quarterly Zoom meetings with Pine Street Inn and the Brookline Lodging House police officer. We've tried to help get the new Pine Street Inn live-in manager a parking spot. We now have established relationship with Pine Street Inn. We appreciate the support we've gotten from Lieutenant Hayes and McCarthy at Brookline Police. We feel the town needs to play a role in managing some of the town's lodging houses. It's unfair to leave this for the neighborhoods to deal with. Thank you.
Next person signed up for public comment is Ken Lyons. You've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. Thank you for having us tonight. I want to thank Elizabeth, who's been a great member of the neighborhood, getting people together and bringing these concerns to you. My family's own 1015 Beacon Street, which is a single family home. We've had it for 100 years. And we've owned 1025. I'm in a unique position of having a lodging house license and a single family property on the same block. 1025 Beacon Street is a lodging house, which we have rented to Tufts University, who have been magnificent tenants and neighbors, and just a positive to the community. But what Elizabeth is talking about is quite true. Our properties are next to the Pine Street Inn at 1017 and next to the senior housing at 1027. And I just want to tell you a little bit about what we rent our home at 1015 Beacon Street to a family with 3 young children. And I'd like the members of the board to hear their experience. Within the last month, they found a hypodermic needle on their lawn. Continuously, bottles of alcohol are thrown onto the front yard. They're subjected to obscenities, and people who have illness or otherwise are disturbed, yelling obscenities and screaming as they enter the house, and they can hear it, quite frankly, from the house, including, marijuana smoke wafting into their house, and cigarette smoke, which really isn't healthy for people, or especially young children. It's very important, I think, to differentiate. There are lodging house license holders who operate their properties well, but the Pine Street Inn has definitely made an attempt at better management, which I'm very appreciative of. But I think that the regulation coming from the board needs to be more significant with respect to transitional housing operators. There are many people in these houses that were designed as single family houses, and they're right next to the neighbors. Brookline needs to be a safe place for people to live, safe place for families to live. And it's just unacceptable for people like Elizabeth and the other neighbors and the family that we rent to have to endure this. Certainly there shouldn't be any more transitional housing facilities in this specific area. But I think we'd very much appreciate the board to be a bit more rigorous with these operators, and we would really appreciate your efforts in that regard. Thank you very much.
Next person signed up for public comment is Doug Hughes. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Can you hear me? Thank you. I hope I can be heard. The issues that I want to bring up are, I have lived in this neighborhood for 31 years on Monmouth Street, and I have felt safe and a part of the community. And now I'm getting close to 70 years old. I'm a senior citizen, and I don't feel safe in that neighborhood anymore. And I think part of it is, it's not only the number of sort of single room occupancy houses, most of them are run well, but it is several of them that are not run well. And just to speak of the rats at that senior center where the man puts the trash out there and there's rats there, you can see them in the evening. You have to call the sanitation department. They tell you it's a health department issue because of the rats, and you have to call the health department. And when the man starts yelling, you have to call the police. And you have to call Pine Street management. And it sort of leaves the residents having to call like 10 different people, speak to their admin people, send them emails and follow up. Because of one issue, we have to deal with like 10 different people. There's sort of nobody who's really in charge of it all. Park Street, the city of Boston has put several, I think 2 or 3 level 3 sex offenders on Park Street. That's one side of our street. There are 10 public housing things on Beacon on that one block that's on the back. And now there is sort of a small encampment of people living on the Muddy River, which I can see from my front door. It's like 100 yards away. They're encamped. They were on the Boston side on the Muddy River Little Park, but the Boston police, there are 3 officers, and they kind of had them move down 100 feet to where they're now on the Muddy River side, the homeless side, on the Brookline side. But it is just the intensity all around us are these sort of things that be these people in need. They have real need, but they're not getting services. There's no one who's sort of looking at the whole big picture and sort of managing this. It feels like it's out of control. And just one example of this is all these 10 housing units depend on the back alley, which is private. None of them, 0 of them, pay a cent to for snow removal, or for when we've had to grade that yard. The elderly people have their access for that parking from that back alley, and yet they do not pay for the maintenance of that back road, and they do not pay for the shoveling of that.
You
And I
have 30
feel
seconds.
I feel that the town just has to own this. It can't just leave it to the residents to coordinate all this. There needs to be services and people in charge of this. So thank you for listening to me. Those are the issues as I see them.
Next person signed up for public comment is Sean Lynn Jones. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the select board for hearing from my neighbors on this issue. I'm Sean Lynn Jones. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 1. I live at 53 Monmouth Street, just down the street from the neighbors who've spoken, and literally just around the corner from the multiple lodging houses that are on Beacon Street. I'm also former chair of the advisory committee, and more important, former chair of the advisory committee's planning and regulation subcommittee, and also a former member of the zoning bylaw committee. So I've had some engagement with these issues on a townwide basis for a very long time. I'm not going to repeat what my neighbors have said, but I want to emphasize one key point, which I think really came through as much as it should have, even though some of my neighbors tried to make this point. They've spent an enormous amount of time and energy, particularly working with the Pine Street Inn through many, many meetings and other interactions to try to improve the situation. And to some extent, that has paid off with some important changes, some of which the town has supported, such as having an on-site manager resident at 1017 Beacon Street, where there had not been one a year ago at this licensing meeting. But I don't think it's fair for the neighbors to bear the burden of providing oversight for the lodging houses. And that's really what they're doing. It's an ongoing effort, taking many hours and many meetings and many interactions. These are establishments that are licensed and regulated by the town. And I think it's up to the select board and the town staff to step up and actually provide this kind of regulation, and not just say, well, we'll wait for complaints to come in and then we'll see what we can do, which is in the pattern. So that's the number one takeaway I think that you should remember as you've heard all of this. There's an extraordinary burden on the neighborhood, and it's not just the problems, it's working through them on an ongoing, continual basis with the Pine Street Inn. There's one other thing that the select board can do that hasn't been mentioned yet, and I hope you'll think about it, and I'm not sure how familiar you are with it. 1017 Beacon is owned, although operated by the Pine Street Inn, owned by the Brookline Improvement Coalition, BIC, headed by Deborah Brown. And as you may know, BIC has submitted a proposal under the American Rescue Plan for funding for mental health services at that site. And if there's one thing at least that you could do that might improve the situation, would be to support that so that these services are provided. You've heard that there are people who are in need, and you have a very specific proposal funding some of those needs. And I hope you'll take a look at that. It's one step among many that could be taken to improve the situation. Again, thank you for your time, and thank you especially to Mr. Kleckner for the efforts that have been taken over the past year for the town to at least become more aware of this problem and to try to begin improving the regulatory process. We're headed in the right direction, but I think we still have a long way to go. Thank you again.
The next person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Brown. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 1, and I am also the president of the board for the Brookline Improvement Coalition, and we actually own 1017 Beacon Street, which is a lodging house. COVID has taken a real toll on our residents, and some of them do have mental health problems. There's no doubt about it. Some of I have seen the videos of the booze. I've heard the yelling. I know there's rodents, but I also know that we are trying. We are doing everything that we can. whether it's asking the young tenant, you know, to relocate, counseling, and sending the people with the booze bottles to alcohol treatment. We meet quarterly with the neighbors. Heck, I go by the property and I'm on crutches. So what has Pine Street and the property manager done? Well, there's an innkeeper there now. There's more trash pickup. You know, we want to bring, you know, counselors stop by. And I have not actually submitted the ARPA application. It's undergoing a final review, but it does ask for mental health clinicians for that property. You know, if you have a group of people who are struggling, and when you look at how the ARPA money is supposed to be spent, this is the group that should be receiving it. What else have we done? We actually took a unit offline in anticipation of having a counselor at the property so that this clinician would have a place to work. Like I said, I drive by the property. The police department tries to be proactive. Is it perfect? No. If I were queen for a day, is there something more that could be done? I don't know. You know, this is not a Stalinist state. And we have people with problems. There's no doubt about it. Rodents are there, but you also have businesses. And I see, you know, stuff outside, you know, the garbage cans there. So, you know, I empathize for the neighbors' needs.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I think that funding people to help people is one of the ways that we can mitigate some of the issues and the concerns that the tenants have that actually spill over into the neighborhood. So I guess I'll be getting my ARPA request in by the end of the week. Thank you very much.
At this time, there are 28 attendees and no one is using the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment on lodging houses.
Great. Please contact Devin if you do want to make a comment. Any comments by select board members? Raul?
Thanks, Heather. I appreciate the comments by the folks in the community. You know, I think, you know, what we just heard from Deborah is right on. You know, the situation that folks find themselves in living in this form of transitional housing really is a symptom of the deficiencies of all the different systems around us: economic, healthcare, social services, criminal justice, you name it. And we've got to do our part to support those people as, you know, a community among communities. And that said, you know, hearing the stories from the people that spoke today, who wouldn't be concerned about some of the things that we heard about, right? If that was on our block. And so I think, you know, I appreciate the kudos to Mel for working the problem. And I think we sort of maybe it's a 2 steps forward, 1 step back situation, because I think we were making some progress here. And I think we just need to continue working the problem. I'm wondering, we've got to find a gap solution. I'm wondering if as part of the work that Dr. Howard Cox is going to be doing around, you know, reviewing social service needs within our community, I guess I'm not wondering, I'm thinking we should be sort of incorporating this as part of that as well, and thinking about what kinds of enhanced support services we can provide. You know, I think Pine Street Inn is, you know, organization has been around for a while and is trying to do its level best with the resources that it has. It seems that they don't have the appropriate resources, or at least not sufficient resources to operate at the level that we would expect. How can we, you know, work with them to make sure that they're operating optimal capacity. And then in the meantime, though, I know that's a longer term solution. I don't know the right answer as we sit here right now, but it seems like we have to have some kind of gap solution. Some liaison that specifically. I can understand the frustrations of calling health for this, DPW for that, police for that, some other department for some other issue. So I don't know the right solution as a gap solution right now, but maybe that's something that we can get our heads together on and think about a little bit.
Any other comments by select board members? I have a thought. I got a call a couple weeks ago from a gentleman that probably got my information off of the town website and was calling to complain that someone was yelling for long periods of time on their block. And he was quite frustrated that the police had come and tried to speak to the person, but didn't really, do anything from their vantage point. And I tried to explain to them that, we also have to be very careful when it comes to civil rights. So there are a number of things that I heard here tonight. I can definitely empathize how frustrating it can be, but the town can't prohibit sex offenders. The town can't get rid of people just because they scream a lot on the public right of way. These people do need services, and to Raul's point, I think we need to develop a plan to try to, create that stopgap. My guess is that just like the town where we are strapped for resources, Pine Street Inn is probably strapped for resources. So ARPA is a real opportunity to address some of these things that we otherwise say, oh, we don't have the money. So I would be interested to see what we can do with that. Any other comments by select board members? John.
I just want to thank the neighbors who have spoken tonight. I think that all of us from Brookline, from whatever part of Brookline, recognize that this particular neighborhood has felt the impact of these particular establishments much more so than than any other neighborhood in Brookline. And I think, frankly, the neighbors are setting a good example of compassion in how they both take note of and attempt to remedy the problems that arise, but also do it in a way that, as much as possible, is considerate of the needs of the very high need population that is being served by these inns, and do it in a way that works with the people in charge of these programs, all of whom are doing such important work, but they are doing it at a time when it is increasingly difficult to solve the problem. It isn't going to go away. It can be managed. And I think all parties, as evidenced tonight, are doing their very best to manage this, including the town. I do think we could do a little bit better. I think especially when it comes to there being someone who they can turn to who coordinates everything, so that you don't have to get call this person, then call that person, and then call the other person response. But within those limits, I do feel everybody who testified tonight is doing a pretty good job of trying to get a handle on this problem, and I thank them for that.
Miriam, and then Bernard.
Thank you. I think it's worth repeating, although I'll keep it short, that as neighbors, you really could have had a very different approach. I appreciate that you worked with Pine Street Inn. I appreciate that you're coming here to say, hey, we're doing the best we can do. This really is bigger than us and needs more involvement. And I think that's really worth recognizing. And I think this is a perfect use for ARPA funds. So I hope to see how we can utilize those funds to close this gap on what's happening and what how it's affecting neighbors and how everyone's working together. rather than vilifying everybody, saying, hey, we have a structural problem that we need to address. How are we going to address it? So I have to say that I echo Don's comments. I just think all around, I appreciate you bringing it to our attention, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness with which you've approached it. And notwithstanding Heather's remarks, which are also very pertinent, I started Googling. We can't tell sex offenders where to live. We can't, there are just some things we can't do, but there are things we can do, and we should be working together to do those. So thank you.
Bernard?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the neighbors for what they've provided to us in terms of information and a history of their struggles and the successes that they have had, as well as the gaps that still remain. I'd like to ask Mel to at some point, appropriate point, give us a report on or an update on the work that Dr. Cox is doing, because there are a lot of resources out there, not just ARPA, but the state. And we need to, really be, running fast to grab them, before they go away, to address some of these problems. I mean, like I think Marion may have said, or maybe Heather just said, we have a lot of difficult people in this town, as in every community. And, we can't ignore them. We can't just sweep them under the rug or run them into the next community. We have to figure out a way of providing services and supports so that they can become integrated, to the extent possible, into the fabric of the community without creating problems that are like the neighbors here have discussed with us. So at some point, I think it'd be good to just get a sense of where Dr. Cox's consulting is leading, and what more we need to do. Thank you.
So Mel, was there anything that you wanted to say? Are there conditions that you wanted to put on any of the lodging houses? Oh, you're muted.
I am. Yes, I would just like to respond to a few things that have been said by both the neighbors as well as the board. And, I share the frustration. Nobody likes to hear about these very disruptive and potentially unsafe conditions in neighborhoods. And yet, as we've all indicated, these lodging houses provide essential housing, especially during such a vulnerable time in the pandemic, and as impacts from the pandemic socially are seeming to get worse daily. I was also thinking about Harold Cox. Harold Cox is the essentially a consultant who we will hire, a former public health commissioner in Cambridge and prominent professor and dean at the Boston University School of Public Health. And I will definitely, be looking at this. This is some of our most vulnerable populations. So clearly, that's within Harold's scope. He's really just starting now. I think, as he indicated, he was finishing his semester at Boston University right about now, and so he's pretty much ready to go, and is working on a more regular basis. So I will be able to give you an update, and perhaps he'll be reaching out to some of the neighbors. I think the problem I see is it's a sort of catch-22. I mean, we are very appreciative of the neighbors. They're going directly and trying to solve problems, and don't want to create the kind of just calls to police that could create some of the civil rights issues or some of the criticisms. Yet we need to know, the town needs to know what's going on as well. And I accept the criticism that we don't have a point person, and we'll be talking about that as a way to facilitate. But we would like to know, I would like to know more. We'd like to keep more of a record of infractions per lodging house. We've asked our department heads to make recommendations, and yet, time and time again, they don't have the specific infractions, that they can point to. And I'm not suggesting anybody thinks we should not renew these licenses at this time, but we do have to do a better job. And I acknowledge that, and we'll move from there. if you are willing to go forward with these, there are two lodging houses, as I mentioned, that require a condition. One is the property at the 259
St. Paul.
St. Paul Street, thank you. And the other is at the Hellenic College at 50 Goddard Avenue. And both of those should have conditions that require them to submit the required documentation, as is my note, by December 31st.
Bernard, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just, you know, I guess I want to put something in perspective. You know, we have about 10 homeless people on the street here in Brookline. And one of the reasons why our homeless population is relatively low is because of these lodging houses and you know, providing housing to people who otherwise would be on the street. So I think it's important to just, you know, keep that in mind while we try to figure out ways to address the problems that you know, are created in these lodging houses by people who are basically suffering from either mental illness or trauma or other situations that you know, we can't ignore. We really have to provide help for. So.
Okay. Are there any objections to moving to approve the license holders, the lodging house license holders at this time with the conditions that Mr. Kleckner just went over? And we will strive to try to find a point person and to make our process a little bit more proactive in our oversight role. Okay. I will move approval of the lodging house licenses for 2022 with the following conditions that Mr. Kleckner went over for the two specific licensees. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. Moving on to secondhand articles. We don't really have too many of those in town, although we now have a Buffalo Exchange.
Yes, I think that you know, these are typically licensees that sell antiques or trading in games and other products. There's six licenses in question. There does not appear to be any concerns that would cause us not to renew these licenses, as far as I can tell.
Okay. Any questions or comments by select board members before I move the language to approve? So I will move approval of the license for secondhand articles for 2022. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now on to Class 1 and Class 2 motor vehicles. I understand that there are a number of people who have contacted Devin to speak. Mel, did you want to say anything before we move to public comment?
Not really. Just to remind the board that we're talking about two different classes of auto dealers. One is a Class 1. We only have one of those. It's the Audi dealership, which you referred to on Boylston Street. The remaining are Class 2s, which buy and sell used vehicles. There is, I believe, one applicant at 880 Commonwealth Avenue that has not submitted their documentation. So I would want to have at a minimum a requirement or a condition on that particular license. But I think at this point we can hear the comments. And I think we'll probably have some feedback on the Audi after you hear some of those comments.
Okay. Devin, if you, I see someone promoted. Bernard, did you want to say something
I just
before
want
we?
to ask, isn't there a dealer on Cypress Street near Route 9? Or is they going out of business?
I believe that's Elias's shop.
I think there's a used car dealer behind
Yeah, I think
There's
that's owned
Cypress
and
Auto
maintained.
Mart at 122 Cypress Street. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that's Elias's. I
Okay.
think it's part of his shop.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
on
so
our
that,
list.
okay.
The first person signed up for public comment is Richard Moore. You've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Devin. Thank you to the select board for allowing me to speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So my name is Richard Moore. I live at 20 East Milton Road. I'm a 20-year resident and architect. I'm one of the 12 abutters to Audi, and my property abuts on two sides, so I'm particularly exposed to their unneighborliness. First, my slogan, East Milton Road is not a car dealership. And car dealerships are incompatible in residential neighborhoods. I provide a written statement of 4 license condition violations, work after 9 p.m. on a daily basis, repair work on Sundays, repair work in the front yard, and premises not maintained in a safe manner. I won't go into detail. I've provided those in my written statement, but I have 2 points I'd like to make and a request from the board. First, as the board may or may not know, 308 Boylston Street is in the general business district, which does not allow outside storage of vehicles for sale on site. Audi is a pre-existing non-conforming business allowed to operate under special permit. The Board of Selectmen conditions attached to this permit were last revised in 2014, and the same were set up to protect the public and the surrounding neighborhood. Unfortunately, this protection has not happened. There have been many complaints, as you'll hear tonight, to police, building department, and health department on violations on their operating permit, and none have been recorded. It's been a frustrating process because when you file a complaint to the police, they claim that it's not their jurisdiction. When you call the building department, they direct us to the police, and if you call the health department, they will come and inspect, but you need an appointment. There is no clear protocol known to our neighbors to file a complaint that will ultimately be recorded for corrective action by Audi. One exception occurred last week. Audi had a vendor working the front yard for the umpteenth time. A neighbor video recorded the incident, and we forwarded to the video to the administrative services director. She in turn recorded the violation and set up a corrective action for Audi to follow. This is the first time there's been any corrective action. All our complaints have gone nowhere. So my last request from the board is that you assist our neighborhood with clear direction on how to properly file a complaint that will result in Audi to be held accountable to make
30
corrective
seconds.
action so neighbors can live in peace. I thank you for your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is John Motsis. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening, I'm John Motsis. I'm the resident and owner here at 10 East Milton Road. I'm a butter directly affected by all the noise and all the activity that Herb Chambers imposes on us on a daily basis. I observed on the 24th of November, a white truck without any plates working on it. We've had in the past issues with them using Dent Wizard and nice wheels to do work out there, making lots of noise with power tools. It hasn't stopped. We had a cease and desist. This has been going on, as Rick mentioned, for many, many, many years. And it's very demoralizing when, similar to the original, the stuff you were talking about before, when the rooming house, when we go to talk to somebody, we're not really heard. We're told to call the police come. They're told that, oh, it's the building department or it's the health department. So it's really gotten to the point where it has affected the quality of all of our lives here. When they come and get cars, they use the key fob to find the car. They don't know where the car is in the lot. We hear beeping, beeping, beeping constantly, not to mention all of their deliveries and all those things. These car stackers are not just an eyesore, but we're hearing it sounding like someone slamming their bulkhead steel door all day long. They're not even operational at this point. We are really, it has affected our quiet enjoyment, the quality of our lives, and quite frankly, the value of our homes that we pay a lot to own here. So I would really like people to be aware that Herb Chambers is not a good neighbor and frankly doesn't really care about our health or well-being whatsoever. Thank you for this time to voice my opinion and what we deal with on a daily basis. Thank you.
I do want to let the board know that 2 other people had signed up to speak in advance, but it looks like they're no longer in the meeting at this. I am promoting Gail.
Okay, well, do
Schaffman.
let us know if that should change.
So someone did just
Bill?
raise their hand. I'm gonna promote her. Gail, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Speak now. Yeah. Can I speak now? This is Dr. Hal Rosenblatt. Can people hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm the owner and a butter at 18 East Milton Road. I just want to highlight some points. I've submitted information to Devlin in writing. Employee parking is designated in plans of this project, yet multiple Herb Chambers cars are parked on Cypress and Milton Road. Is employee parking inside their building being utilized? This is a problem for the neighborhood businesses and a problem for parents of children at the Lincoln Primary School who are picking up their kiddos. And as Rick mentioned, Herb Chambers parking at the end of East Milton Road on Sundays would raise the question, are they working on Sundays? And if they are, they're in violation of their license to operate. My neighbor, John Motsis, noted the issues of working in their parking lot. This was Nice Wheels or Dent Wizard with associated noise and dust as they're grinding cars and wheels in their parking lot as students from the schools, Lincoln Primary and the high school are crossing that intersection of Cypress and Boylston. This is a problem. And as John mentioned, there was that cease and desist order. By the way, that was from the health department, which was issued earlier, and work was done just before Thanksgiving. The issue of service staff and customers speeding down Walnut Street, circulating cars back to the dealership, or customers test driving one of Herb Chambers' cars. This was noted by Wendy Mackmiller, who's a resident of that street, and she did submit documentation of that. There you are, Wendy. And I'm not sure if you were talking, but there you are. Delivery of new cars, delivery of tires on Boylston Street and Cypress Street continues to continue. I thank you all for listening to me, and I turn it over to you. Thank you.
Next person signed up for comment is Wendy Mackmiller. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time.
Thank you, Devon. Hi, I'm Wendy Mockmuller. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 5. I'm representing also High Street Hill Association. At least are part of the Lower Walnut Street, and I live at 110 Walnut Street, Lower Walnut. So Gail actually just mentioned part of what I was going to speak about, and that is that the constant circulation of cars on Walnut Street, as pretty much everyone knows, Boylston, there are no left turns on Boylston Street. So cars, motorists who are test driving or the service staff will drive down Boylston Street and make a right onto High Street and then a right onto Walnut Street. And because I live at Lower Walnut Street, I tend to see and hear the picking up of speed just right before my house. And it has been happening for at least a few years. And I think I've noticed it most because during the pandemic, when we were working at home, and when the weather is nice, I see that. Now I have to say, you know, Boylston Street is a state highway. Speed limits are higher. Walnut Street is a pedestrian-rich residential street, and it is extremely dangerous for cars to be driving as fast as they are up Walnut. I have brought this to the attention of the general manager on multiple occasions, as if you had a chance to look at, just even scan some of my email thread, you will see. Mr. Vega has been very responsive, and I want to commend him for that. I appreciate that very much. He even at one point did give me his cell phone to let him know when this was happening. So, you know, he wanted me to take license plates. It's very difficult to take the license plate of a car that's driving over the speed limit up Walnut Street. So that was just nearly impossible. But we did communicate occasionally in that capacity. So I guess what I'm asking is, in looking at the renewal, that even though this is happening off-site, so it's a little bit different, right? So we're not experiencing the same things that the direct abutters on East Milton are experiencing, and I empathize with them. Because it's off-site, I'm not exactly sure how this gets handled, if it's enforcement or what it is. And Mr. Vega can't monitor every single vehicle that circulates around, but it happens all day, every day that they're open for service. So I would just ask that in some way that this is also a point that's considered in the renewal of their license.
You have 30 seconds.
And that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
The next person signed up for public comment is Paul Arusho. Paul, you're on the phone, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Paul Arusho, the property owner of 14 East Milton Road, right behind the commercial site. So we along East Milton Road provide a nice, tidy, clean backdrop for the Herb Chambers dealership. Our backyards are tidy. We have many of us have plantings and trees and so forth. It just gives you an idea of how close we are to the commercial site. We are right on the lot line. So I really only have two comments about two items. Herb Chambers is using our private way, which is, it's not a town road because we don't really have any front yards. When we pull into East Milton Road, we frequently pull into find Herb Chambers customers, their employees parking just feet from our front porches. We don't really have front yards. It's the porches right there. They promised us when they were doing the expansion that they would not use East Milton Road for parking. And, some of us supported them and that has continued. The car stackers are another example of this. The site is just overburdened. Some of us who, again, supported the expansion, I think, regret doing so. Herb Chambers did not disclose they would be installing these tall concrete steel hydraulic mechanisms that are just feet from our small backyards. And, here we are. Now we're being asked to support Herb Chambers license renewal when the commercial operation is not compliant. And those are my two comments. So I thank you very much for listening.
Hi. So for the record, my name is Robert Allen. I have a law practice at 300 Washington Street. I've represented Herb Chambers Audi dealership for about 5 or 6 years now. And, it's actually a little bit frustrating listening to some of these. Some of them are totally inaccurate, and I've been involved very much firsthand. I will tell you this, there's been 2 complaints over the last year that were filed with the police department. I confirmed that today. We had a meeting today at the Audi dealership. I do have to take blame. I would have had the entire Audi leadership team here today. I actually had this meeting on next week. So that one's on me, and I feel bad that they didn't have the ability to be here. But I appreciate Wendy McMuller talking about Tim Viega, who's provided his email. He's provided his cell phone number to anybody who's interested. Mr. Moore and him, I'm told, email weekly, sometimes daily. Some of these issues that the board are hearing are really difficult for this board to attach to, cars going up Walnut Street. If I was test driving a car, the last place I'd drive up is Walnut Street. You're not opening up a car on Walnut Street. It's got speed bumps every 100 yards or so. And, we used to hear that Netta caused the problems on Walnut Street. Now we're hearing the Audi dealership. So the one thing that I do appreciate is that with working with Wendy, Tim has been very clear that he gives all his employees, telling them not to avoid driving on Walnut Street. And when the test drive goes out, he also gives those clientele. When they go off, they may do what they want to do. We do have rights to drive down. There was never a deal made about East Milton Road. There's 8 parking spots or 6 parking spots, I don't remember off the top of my head, at the very end that are owned by Herb Chambers. The service employees do park there. There was an issue where oil trucks were backing down that street. We agreed not to do that. There hasn't been any oil trucks backing down there because we moved the whole oil to the other side. I think they've spent $11 million cleaning up that place. They pay over $300,000 in property tax, probably one of the largest commercial taxpayers in the town. And I believe that department heads, and I don't want to speak for the department heads, but when we sat at the table today, they felt content that that we were working towards complying with all the conditions. Yes, there's going to be problems. For instance, the ding doctor. A man showed up there, it wasn't the regular driver. A new driver showed up there. There was a dime size hole in the side of the car, and he did the work in the car. It took him 8 minutes and he was gone. There is no work on Saturdays. The service department doesn't work on Saturdays. They close at 8 o'clock. So there's no work going on after 9 o'clock. And there's no service while the place is open, it closes at 5 o'clock on Sundays. It's open, they're allowed to be open, but they don't have service on Sunday. That was the condition. So it's really important to be very clear here that we've tried, we've had neighborhood meetings. I get the lifts are a problem. The lifts are pending a hearing before the ZBA, which is next week. I anticipate that we'll have some kind of resolution by next week. And my vow to you all is that we will do better as far as communicating with the neighbors. We thought giving out cell phone numbers, email addresses were enough, but what I talked with Tim Viega about today, the general manager, is maybe he has to throw out something monthly, quarterly or something, let people know, hey, bring them into the store, show them around, show them what you've done in the place, and try to be more engaged. This has been an auto dealership for 75 years, folks, right? Many people, everybody who's lived on East Milton Road came here and it was an auto dealership behind them. And I would suggest to you, and I think you all see this, if you drive by there now, that parking lot is a whole hell of a lot nicer than it was before the construction. You don't have cars parking on sidewalk anymore. You don't have cars all jammed in there because the system works now. You pull in
30 seconds.
inside. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have. I know the situation really well, and happy to help in any way.
So I know Deborah Brown wants to speak, and I think there's one other person. Mr. Allen, stay put, because I think the board may have some other questions for you.
Deborah, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening again. My name is Deborah Brown, town meeting member. I'm in the area every now and again, and to be honest with you, I have been struck by the number of times that I have seen brand new Audis, you know, whether it's Cypress, whether it's Boylston, you know, even down that little side road that's right off of Cypress. In fact, as recently as last Friday, it struck me, why are these cars not on the lot? I mean, and I had no idea this was coming up. And so I don't know anything about people test driving. I do know that that there are cars frequently that are not on the lot, but are on the streets. And you know, it does create congestion problems. And so to me, and maybe this is just my old regulatory hat, if you talk and talk and talk and the problem persists, then you have to think about elevating the issue to compliance. And when I say compliance, whatever mechanisms or methods that we have, I think it's important to implement them. I mean, I think it's good for the, you know, for the residential neighbors. I think it's helpful for the business neighbors. And, you know, if you made a deal, then you stick with it. And if you can't, then, you know, you have to pay the piper. So, I mean, if I were queen for a day, I would provisionally approve this license, but I would also consider using your penalty authority to get these folks to start doing the right thing. Because there's nothing that's going to get people to change behavior like something that costs them more than an additional conversation or handing out a phone number, because clearly that's not working. And I have seen the cars, and I don't even live in the area. I live far from the area, but it struck me as a little odd and a little over the top. So thank you.
Next person signed up for comment is Susan Rothstein. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, I'm Susan Rothstein. I live at 11 Milton Road, just off Cypress. Just a couple of comments to support what all the neighbors have said. The parking on Milton Road has gotten better. For a while, there were many VWs and Audis and employees' cars parked there. I would say that a lot of the driving around the neighborhood is not just test drivers, but it's the employees moving the cars around. If you noticed Herb Chambers' ads in the newspaper in the last month or two, he touts himself as being the largest dealership in the state. And I think what we are suffering is from his bulging supply of cars on this little lot. And the arrogance of this bigness of Chambers putting in the additional parking stackers without permission to do that. And I know that's going to be addressed next week by the ZBA, but I think it does illustrate some lack of acknowledgement of the neighborhood. We went to all the neighborhood meetings to assist with our input and the improvements, and they promised a big, beautiful fence between the parking lot and the East Milton Road residences. And then they went ahead and put these ugly contraptions right up in front of the fence so that you can't see their beautiful big fence anymore. And they intend to stack cars up there. So I would say the last thing that is would be helpful for the board, and I'm hearing it in all of the other licenses, is citizens don't have a clear way to register or find out about what is allowed and what isn't allowed. They don't have a clear way to register their complaints. The police department take care of noise on the weekends, and public health will take care of it during the week. And then the building department has to take care of zoning and building violations, and then the health department has to take care of trash and rats. So a citizen running in between all of these agencies to find out how to record. So how to record a complaint. So if, you know, sometimes we're not even sure that they get registered or recorded. So I just wanted to give that perspective on all this too. Thank you.
Any other public comments on this issue?
This time there are 21 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
So there were a number of comments. One comment that I just really want us to think long and hard about is the use of public space. And what I mean by that is people can drive down any road. People can park anywhere for up to 2 hours. And the town can enforce the 2-hour parking rule, but deciding who can drive where and who can park where, we wade into that a little bit with our teachers and some of our commercial developments by issuing on-street parking permits. But if somebody wants to park on a public way, they can do that and risk getting a ticket if they go over 2 hours. So I just wanted to put that out there. Any other comments or questions by select board members while we have Attorney Allen before us, or any questions for Mel in particular? Seeing none, I do see Attorney Allen's hand raised, so I will give him an opportunity to respond to the last two commenters or provide any other information he thinks might be useful.
Thank you. Sue, who was the last speaker, and I want to address your concern to Select Board Member Hamilton, I think was right. We have, and it relates to your question, we do not allow employees to park in the neighborhood. It's very clear. We have spots for them to park and they don't park in the neighborhood. And I'm glad she mentioned that. I'm not sure what Deb Brown saw. I mean, I don't know who owns Audis, who lives close by there. But we're not parking in the neighborhood and walking. They would see that and that's just not happening. It shouldn't be happening. And one of the things that I was struck by today was Public Health Director Pat Maloney talking about how the general manager sort of lambasted his employees at the time, saying two things. If you park in the neighborhood, you won't be with us long. And if you're outside smoking close to these homes, you won't be with us long. And, you know, everything that today, I didn't have to speak a lot at the hearing today. There was police there, fire there, health, building. And, you know, they were somewhat complimentary to the response time that we have. There's going to be mistakes, but, you know, deliveries are allowed. It is a car dealership. You are going to hear that pop when people open their door. I really have seen a huge change from when I first got involved, maybe 5 or 7 years ago, to what we're seeing there when I was there today. It's just night and day. And I'd love all the board members to go by and take a walk through the facility, take a look at the parking lot. The way they do things now just makes sense, rather than taking an old building and trying to figure out how to turn into a car dealership. They have a car dealership now that works as a car dealership with cars flowing and trying to keep things away. And one of the things that was the biggest concern in the neighborhood that we're not getting any credit for is, you know, that there was a in and out of Cypress Street, and it caused a lot of traffic problems, and we've kept that closed since the construction. And you know, and I assume it's appreciated by people. It's appreciated by me who drives by there to get to work every day. But you know, they've done a lot of good things too. I just want the board to be clear. I work closely with the town on this. The police call me anytime there's an issue, and there hasn't been an issue in a couple of years. There was some construction issue, noise issue, contractors started too early, issues like that. But relative to this, we have one sustainable problem in the last 2 years.
So
we've addressed it.
thank you. So from my vantage point, there are really two issues that this board needs to address tonight. Not solve, but maybe put the first steps into action. That is similar to the lodging house. We really need to think about some sort of ombudsman on the town side that can act as a conduit for neighbors that wish to register a complaint, whether it's health, whether it's building related, whether it's to enforcement, so that we do have a handle on the issues and people are not going to various different departments and then we have no idea, who's said what to these neighbors. And then the other issue is noise. I know that a lot of warrant articles over the years have tried to address noise, and we have a noise bylaw. Not exactly sure how that bylaw applies to this dealership and how they may or may not be in compliance. I'll give Attorney Allen an opportunity, hopefully in under 1 minute, to say, any concerns that might be justified. And then I will turn it over to Mel Kleckner to talk about his thoughts about an ombudsman.
I can only tell you that we're subject to the noise bylaw like any other businesses also. So, and there hasn't been any issues with the noise bylaw, not one since I've been involved.
Can you just remind me like what the noise bylaw says? I think there's like a before a certain time and after a certain time.
Yeah, and a certain decibel level at the
Right.
property line. You have to stay below a certain decibel level. I can't tell you the numbers off the top of my head, but there hasn't, that is, to be honest, Heather, that hasn't come up at all. The sort of the noise issue. Well, I hear the neighbor saying it, but as far as somebody coming out there with the noise gun, I haven't been involved in any of those discussions in my time.
Okay. Mel, do you have any thoughts that you want to share? And then select board members, feel free to raise your hand if you want to be called on.
Again, we've heard about lodging houses and now hearing about a large auto dealership that really resides in our community, in our neighborhood, both of those, and there are constant, I think, conflicts between this commercial activity and residents, especially those residents who now have to live and work, much more often at home as a result of the pandemic. I think you've heard Mr. Allen say that there is a group of department heads or departments that we've convened from time to time to deal with these issues. I've heard things tonight that I wasn't really aware of, and I'd like to have some time to think about those and get our departments to respond to. I think to the extent that Mr. Allen or Audie want to respond more, I think that might be appropriate too. So I don't know if you're ready for a vote tonight. I really can't offer more than what the department heads have already provided to you. I do say that, we want to know what's going on. We would like to log complaints and then, make sure that the departments are aware of them, just like I mentioned in the lodging house situation. So I have a thought about that, but, I just don't want to set up a process without, talking to people. And so I would need probably another week to address that.
Okay. Any comments or thoughts by select board members? Miriam.
I have a question, and I obviously don't know the answer. That's why I'm asking the question. But so, and I think Mel makes a point. If calls and complaints are coming in, is there a system by which we can fine Herb Chambers, or, what is the corrective? What are our options in terms of corrective actions?
Well, this is a license, and the licenses do have some I don't know, rights, I guess, some certainly legal rights. And, I think the board can't be arbitrary about that. I don't believe there's any financial fines other than perhaps if they were violating a bylaw, like a noise bylaw that had a provision about fining. This is a license and the board has the right to revoke the license or not renew it under certain circumstances. There's notice and rights, as I said, to the commercial property owner, and they would likely appeal certain actions to the court. So, it's not a simple matter. On the other hand, we'd like to be able to record issues, and if they can be addressed in a renewal process with enhanced conditions, we would try to do that. Or we would, keep track of that. And if there were kind of repeat offenses, then I think, the board would eventually have the right to sanction or take further actions. But right now, I don't believe we have that, to me, that authority at this point.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions by select board members? So Mel, what I'm hearing is you're not recommending at this time that we not approve the license. So to say that a more positive way, you're recommending that we approve this license here tonight for the next year.
I don't think that there's the basis to not renew it. However, if you're not satisfied with some of the answers you've had, or you wanted to give it some more time, we have a little bit more time. But I'm not foreseeing a situation that would permit the board at this point to not renew the license. But if, for example, there was a license condition that you wanted to impose after hearing what you heard tonight, I think we'd want to have an opportunity to think about that. I'm sure Audie would like to have an opportunity to respond. So I don't know where we're at with what you've heard and whether you want to pursue any of these things further, short of not renewing.
John?
Quick comment, which is that, we do want our businesses in Brookline to succeed. And in some respects, what we're witnessing tonight is, the downside of a business that has succeeded quite well and is, unlike many others, thriving during COVID, seemingly. I hear reports that the renovation, the very welcome renovation that was done to the property, has been met with a real uptick in the amount of business being done at that site. So let's not lose sight of that. That being said, I think it would be appropriate to attach some sort of mildly punitive conditions to the renewal of the license on a probationary basis. I mean, this really has been a chronic problem that I think warrants some kind of message being sent to this establishment that, if need be, we will trim the hours or do what is in our power to do to send a message that you can't just let problems like this persist. So I don't have the answer, but if there is information that could be provided to the board as to what the limits are on our ability to exercise some kind of probationary terms that would be attached to the license for a period of time, just to send the message that we do have responsibilities to tame this business if it gets out of hand.
So John, what things are out of hand that you heard?
I would say the fact that there are repeat issues of the fact that cars being moved and the neighborhood basically being used in that manner for the moving of cars or for the test driving of cars, the noise that comes from the operations, the routine operations of the business. Those are the outstanding ones. I do recognize that the stacking issue seemingly has been brought into some sort of future compliance, and that's good. But I'm not sure that that's the only problem that neighbors are having with the business right now.
So you would have us put a condition where they're not allowed to use Walnut Street?
No, I don't know that we can go that far, but I think if we can negotiate some kind of terms with the dealership as to the limits on the frequent use of Walnut Street, and then impose some sort of compliance just by virtue of our control over the license, I think that's worth exploring.
So the problem that I see is I have a town meeting member who lives on Walnut that insists that they are using Walnut and that they are speeding. And then I have the attorney for the client that says, we've instructed all staff not to do that. I mean, aside from putting a police officer there 24/7, you know, how do we exactly enforce that condition?
Good question. I don't claim to have the answer to that.
Okay.
So,
I think this is what I would like to do. I'm interested in having an offline conversation, maybe with town council, about what conditions can actually, you know, not get challenged in court, because I see us wading into a lot of things that will get thrown out very, very easily. And I kind of want to see how the ZBA rules on the stackers. So if we can push this off 1 week, when does the ZBA rule on the stacker issue? Is that before or after our next meeting? Bobby, do you know?
It's after. It's the 16th.
16th. Okay. Is there any objection from your side, from us waiting to see how the ZBA rules?
So you have the meeting on what, the 21st? Are you meeting that week?
We are.
Okay. Sure. I guess I don't see a problem with that. I'm not sure what one has to do with the other, but if you know, clearly if the board needs time, they have the right to hold any item they want to hold.
Bernard?
Yeah. I think maybe we're sort of jumping the gun here. Do we really have a clear understanding of what complaints are out there that are real complaints? I mean, for example, the complaint that someone's using a public road, you know, Walnut Street. I mean, you know, that's something that, you know, I think we should talk to the dealer about if they're using it to move cars around. But that's not something that we can, you know, penalize them for doing, using a public road. Unless they're speeding, and that's really a policing problem. So maybe what we need is to, you know, get a kind of report on what are the outstanding issues, and you know, get some documentation of them, so we can weed out what is real and what is not, so that we can, you know, really address the problem properly.
The one thing I'll have to say, so I'll be very brief. You know, I also don't want to be in a position where people just start calling now randomly if they see an Audi driving by, right? And suddenly we're inundated. I can just say in the last year, according to Lieutenant Hayes, there's been 2 complaints. So I don't know the problem that we're trying to resolve here. I'm happy to tell you that we'll provide the board, and Mel will attest that I work closely with him in the police department. Anytime there's an issue here, I've been involved in it. I will be happy to say we will put a policy together that addresses some of the concerns here tonight. So people are aware when they go out in the car, we do not want you driving down Walnut Street. The employees will be clear that they don't park in the neighborhood. The employees are clear that if they're moving cars around, which sometimes you have to move cars around, they won't use the side streets. They'll stay on the main streets. They'll go down to Route 9 and bang a U-turn and bang a U-turn back. That's what I can promise to the board. And if you were to approve it tonight and put a condition on that Herb Chambers Audi work with the town administrator and his designee to put together a policy in place that the board can have to make sure some of the issues that were raised here tonight are addressed or heard by Audi, I think that's fine. But today we had a meeting with full staff and they felt that we were in full compliance with all our conditions. To me, that says a lot.
Mel, how do you feel?
I don't really have anything to add. Mr. Allen is correct that the departments that are responsible for making reports are not recommending against renewal. However, we've heard some things tonight, and I think there's been some movement towards at least one of the issues. I'm not sure we're quite there. I don't feel prepared to craft the condition on the fly. So I feel like I could use a little bit more time if the board is looking to improve the situation. I don't think we're going to be at the point where we're recommending non-renewal, but if there's a specific license matter or operation that you'd want staff to pursue on our own or with the dealer, we would try to do that. I'm just not prepared to do that tonight.
John?
I want to thank Mr. Allen. I think he has made a very reasonable suggestion and a reasonable offer. I think that might be the way forward here. Just figure out what we think a good policy would be. For example, no test drives on Walnut Street. I mean, I think that's reasonable. And, maybe limit test drives to Boylston Street. Maybe that's the way to go. But as long as he's made the offer, I think that perhaps we should take him up on it.
I've found that when you put a policy in writing, people tend to remember it and abide by it. So I am comfortable with that condition. Any other thoughts by select board members? Any objections to voting on this tonight?
Yeah.
Bernard.
By the way, I think it's not an objection, but I think we also have to, just make sure we know what the complaints are. And if the police department has, 2 complaints over the last year, that ought to be in a report to the select board so that we have a sense of, what is really going on that can be documented. So I think, I think we need that before we can really act. And we're not going to deny this license. I mean, that is just not going to happen. But, we do need some comfort that, the concerns that are real of the neighbors are being addressed.
Well, to be clear, you do have that report in your packet, but again, that was before tonight. So I don't know if anything would change, but there's a report by Lieutenant Hayes that's specifically in your packet.
Mel, can you also ask the health department and maybe the building department to run a search for this address and provide us with any correspondence that they may have had with neighbors? Thank you. Raul?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. It seemed like there were maybe 2 different proposals on the table. One is to vote now with the condition that a plan would be, or some policies would be worked out. The other is to wait until next week or the 21st, maybe we even said, and allow the time for those policies to be developed and then vote those as conditions to the license approval. I don't know how reasonable it is to expect that within that time frame we could develop those policies. If they are simple enough, like the ones that John mentioned, for instance, that we could just kind of get our heads together and get those quickly agreed upon, or staff with Mr. Allen and team can get those agreed upon by the time we meet next. I think it makes sense to get them as part of the licensing conditions. But if it's going to take a little bit more time than that, then I would just say we should vote the former, which is include a provision to develop those policies moving forward. But just want to lay that out.
How are people feeling about voting on this tonight? You feel comfortable? Give me some sort of nod or maybe like a thumbs up. Give me something. Okay, I see two. Can I get a third, or are we delaying until next week?
I guess I don't see the harm in delaying it till next week. And coming back with a little bit more, understanding of what it is, like maybe we don't have any conditions next week, but I just don't see the harm in continuing the conversation for a little bit, but if I'm in the minority, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll just know. I mean, I'm curious to know what Mel thinks. I think I heard Mel ask for a little bit more time to think about this. And if it doesn't hurt us any to allow for that time, I don't see why we wouldn't. I don't have any, ideas to drive this forward. Maybe other board members do. So and if other board members don't, I would just think it's on, staff to review and come back to us and let us know about those conditions. But yeah.
Okay.
I would say I back what Raul says. I think if Mel wants the extra week, I'm happy to give it to him, but I don't, but if he doesn't think it's going to change anything, then I'm fine voting tonight.
It all comes down to you, Melvin.
Oh, well, there we go. Well, I don't, as I said before, I don't believe you're going to have staff recommending against renewal. However, what I heard tonight about some of the test driving and other things are things I personally haven't heard about. And, maybe it's as simple as we can craft language tonight for a condition, but I'm not sure why we wouldn't want to wait. I'd like to have an opportunity to talk to enforcing agencies. Maybe we'll have another meeting this week. We can review some of the materials and testimony we heard tonight, and maybe collaborate a little bit more with the dealer and the representative, and come back with something a little bit more polished.
Great. I am feeling comfortable with that plan. Mr. Allen, is that okay? I mean, I ask, but we've kind of already made up our mind.
I can read writing on the wall.
Okay. And we will
Happy to
put
work
this.
with Mel. Always happy
Great.
to work with Mel in the department.
We will try to put this on next week's agenda because I unfortunately have a conflict on the 21st, so I won't be chairing that meeting. So we will try to get it done next week.
Could I ask the board if it would take up the Class 2 licenses, which are the
Resale.
second hand dealers licenses for vehicles? There is that one license at it's the Jaguar, Brookline Jaguar service at 880 Commonwealth Avenue. Did not submit documentation for renewal. And I would suggest you just make that conditional that if they don't submit by December 31st, then their license would be considered not renewed.
Okay, so I'm moving the Class 2 only and Jaguar only if they submit properly on time.
Correct.
Okay. All those in favor of approving that license for 2022, say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
I almost called Tiffany. The
Never
chair
vote.
votes aye. It's getting a little late. Thank you, Tiffany. So good to see you. Bernard.
Yeah, I just want to, I don't mean to be a pest, but, the report that is in our packet is like 2 sentences, and it really doesn't address any of the issues that the residents have been raising. So I'd like to just, maybe, compile those complaints that we heard tonight and that maybe, have been heard elsewhere, and just make sure that, we identify those that are real, and those that have other explanations, such as maybe they've sold a lot of Audis to people in Brookline, and they live on Walnut Street and are driving home,
Okay.
or whatever.
Bernard,
But-
we have a plan, and
Okay.
it's
Just make sure it includes those facts.
Yep. Okay. So we're moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is the tax classification for fiscal year 2022. And I do apologize that this was put at the end of our meeting and that I personally am starting to get a little tired mentally because this is probably one of the most important things that the select board does each year. So if you'll indulge me, I have a few things to say. I also want to recognize Rashid. Hi, Rashid. Thank you for joining us. I'm sure that we will have a robust discussion and some questions, but I've learned a lot specifically about this issue while serving on this select board, and it's through experimentation and it's through just experience. Each year we have talked about the philosophy behind what we have control over. Last week you heard that we have the residential exemption, and then we have the other number, which I believe is the residential versus commercial, which I will refer to as, I think, is it CIP?
Classification.
Residential factor, CIP.
I think, I can't remember how many years ago this was, but a couple years ago, we had a philosophical discussion about whether or not we should remain a community that does the residential exemption. And if we go ahead and do the residential exemption, is 20% the right number? And so we had that conversation and we decided on 21%. And so that is why you see 21% as the starting point for this conversation. I'm happy to get into the pros and cons of doing that. I'll disclose, I'm a renter, so I had to be persuaded about the residential exemption, and now I'm a strong advocate for it. And some of that has been highlighted by a lot of the short-term rental conversations. We have housing stock, we're getting more housing stock, and a residential exemption sends the signal that we want people to live in the properties that they own. It's one of the few levers that we have to actually incentivize that behavior. So I'm comfortable with 21%. So setting that assumption and philosophical decision aside, happy to revisit if anybody thinks differently. Where we need to have a conversation is something that we talked about last year because of the pandemic had such an impact on commercial. We played around with that commercial to residential ratio. And I think we need to revisit it this year so that we can maybe try to rebalance. And there are two other philosophical questions that we kind of need to address in coming to the number here tonight. When I first joined the board, there was a desire to try to capture as much of our revenue base as possible. And so when you look at the numbers, you zero in on the number that will leave as little on the table as possible. So you're looking at numbers where we're creating the levy and it's only a couple $100 left on the table. However, if you look at the way that the taxes are hit for condo owners versus single family versus commercial, it's not as equally distributed amongst those different housing classifications. So now we have started to enter a phase where we really look to try to balance the pain of raising taxes on everyone equally and equitably. So I think we need to really think about, do we want to take the equitable approach, or do we want to try to maximize our levy potential so that we're not leaving anything on the table? So with that couching in mind, any comments by our select board members before I throw out a first number? Okay. Oh, Bernard.
Yeah, I mean, if we use the middle set of numbers that reduce it or is most favorable to residential versus the CIP group, which is commercial, industrial, and personal. The difference is 10.18 versus 10.19. And I wonder whether that's a real difference. And is it even something that's relevant for us to talk about?
Can you just say what the CIP number is itself? I just want
So
to know
the
if you and
CI
I are talking about the same
Yeah,
one.
the CIP number for the 1 point, let's see, let me try to read this. The middle range of 0.923794 would be 16.56%, versus for 922936 would be 16.64.
Okay, I'm a little lost because
Yeah.
I think the first one he mentioned is 1.711, and the second one is 1.719.
got it.
Right,
That's
I'm sorry.
those are the numbers that I was looking
Yes.
for. Thank you. Okay, interesting. I
I
wanted
mean, is
to,
there a difference, I guess, is the question. And maybe that's the
okay,
question.
and that is not a question that I have the acumen to address. So
That's why we have Rashid
Rashid
here.
or Mark. Rashid?
Well, the different, and the residential rate, you can see it's only a penny a difference between the two rates, between the first and the second one. On the commercial side, we see there's 8 cents per 8 cents difference, and that's where the difference is really on the commercial rates. But you are shifting basically 8 cents onto the commercial property.
Now
In order to save 1 cent on the residential.
Yes.
And that's per $100, correct?
Per thousand.
1,000.
Per thousand. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Raul.
Thanks. Yeah, I think I just wanted to say two things about the shift. And I wasn't here last week. I had a chance to watch some things, but I'm not gonna quibble about the which range we're gonna be in. So I'm looking forward to your proposal. But the idea that that the shift that we decided on last year was exactly based on these numbers. The idea that a small impact one way or another on residential has a much larger impact one way or another on commercial, and that we had an opportunity last year to have a small impact on residential, which really benefited those at the lower end of the commercial side. So in any case, I think that was a good idea last year. I think it would be a good idea to continue to consider that as we move forward. But like I said, I'm not going to throw out any numbers different than what I'm about to hear from you, Heather. The other piece I wanted to mention, and Mel was really helpful in thinking this through over the last week, was around the small business exemption piece that's part of this and it's available to us. It's not something that we've used before. And my understanding is not a lot of communities end up using it because it is just a poorly written piece of legislation that the idea is to provide essentially the same kind of exemption for small businesses that are in properties that are valued at $1 million or less. And those businesses must have 10 or less employees, but those employees must all be certified through the state. And so we don't at this moment know exactly how many of those businesses in Brookline might qualify. But I, for the next round, now that we know that, we've had this discussion and talked about it a little bit, I'm really want to encourage the board and staff to actually run the numbers, figure this out, because it does the exact same thing that we want to do for homeowners who fall under the residential exemption, to give them that breathing room for small business owners that likewise would fall under wherever we draw the line. They would also have that same benefit. And as we know, our small business owners end up paying property taxes through these triple net leases. So, we're not going to address it today. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough time to get this done for today. But for the next round of this, let's not lose this thread. And it's again, and it's an opportunity for us to do something for small business owners that doesn't negatively impact the finances of the town, and it shifts some of the burden upward to other property owners. But that's exactly what we're doing today.
Exactly. Miriam, and then John, and
Right.
then I'll reveal my number.
All right, so first I want to preface with that this is all new for me. It's taken me, it's hard. It's really kind of hard to get your teeth into it, but doing the best that I can. And I will just say as a side note, I was doing my annual budget for the coming year. Yes, I am that person. I actually do a household budget and I look at anyways, I was looking at my home value. And it's relevant to this discussion because obviously I was shocked at how much my home value has increased in the past year. And what I can't help but struggle with, and which I think you've alluded to, and which I think probably you will be suggesting with your numbers, but I just want to say it, is that I think the commercial industry is still really struggling. And with home values, and it's maybe not immediately accessible equity, but it's equity. So I just feel like, to me, the balance still is similar to the discussions you guys clearly had last year, which is, the more vulnerable populations, in this case, it's commercial, might need a little bit more continued support as we are still working our way through all of this real fiscal turmoil. So that's just my general feeling. Now, have I misunderstood something? Probably. So I'm happy to continue to listen and learn. But that's where I fall. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Oh, yes. No, I've done this now. This is my 4th time. And only now do I feel like I kind of get it.
Okay.
John.
Thank you very much. So I find myself, as I often do, feeling as though we should come down in the middle. We've been presented with 3 options, one of which is on the low end of shift, one of which is on the high end of shift, and one of which is on the middle, in the middle. By the way, the range isn't all that great. So the distance between the extremes is not all that great. As it happens, if you pick the middle rate, which is, I'm going to forget it now. So I think it's 1.711. You end up with the least amount of what's the word I'm looking for? Least
Untaxed levy.
Untaxed levy, exactly, or whatever levy. So that feels like a nice place to end up, and that's where I would advocate we end up.
Well, I actually have a different proposal, and here's why. I did look at the was it 1.711, and the reason I'm having a hard time settling on that number is when you look at the residential tax rate versus the commercial tax rate, that will raise residential taxes by 9% versus commercial, which will go up by 2%. I totally hear what you're saying, Raul. But I would like us to consider the CIP shift 1.744. I think that is more equitable, just placing the burden more equitably amongst all of our categories. But I'd like that confirmed by Rashid because I too really struggle with this. And I could be wrong.
Wait, is 1.744 on the
I think
21% worksheet, or is that in?
I don't think it's on that third, just one pager. So that's why I need Rashid to.
I'll be happy to share my screen. I have it here.
Please. And then while you're doing that, John, did you just want to say something?
Yeah, since you had mentioned, what the increase on residential would be under 1.711, what would be the increase on residential under what you're proposing?
That's why I need Rashid to draw up the numbers.
Okay.
I didn't have access
That's what
to
she's
the spreadsheet.
asking, yeah.
Okay, so I think this is the, we got 175, yeah.
Oh, great, thank you.
175, 1744 is the second one from the left, and that will be going towards shifting more towards the commercial. So the residential tax rate would be at 1015, and the commercial would be at 1688. And the bottom down here shows the percentage increase in the residential tax rate 3.58%, and the commercial is 5.56%. That's the option that 1744.
Okay. So that is a bigger hit to commercial than I suspected. So I guess I am open to hearing from other select board members. John,
I just want to be sure we clarify something, because Rashid mentioned that the increase to residential is 3 point something, as though it was 9 under 1.711, but it's 3, but that this is apples and oranges here. The 9 number is for single family residences only.
Yeah.
And this is a different number. You'll notice that the number for 1.711 on this page is also something under 4%. It's not 9%.
Yeah.
So
Let me clarify this. Those percentages is the tax rate increases.
Right.
The other percentages you were referring to is the median tax bill for single family on this slide here, going from 8.5 to 9.1%. This is the tax bill for the single family median value. The previous slide is the percentages, the tax rate. From last year was $9.80. And if we adopt the 7.44, it's 10.15, that's 3.58% increase in the tax rate.
so hold on. So would the commercial actually go down?
On that
1.744?
No, the tax rate going up 5.56% on the tax rate. On the median valley commercial, it will go up 4.5%. The median tax bill
Okay.
would go up 4.5%.
But on 1.711, it would go up only 2%?
2.6.
2 point. Okay.
The median value, yes.
So I think this is the crux of our philosophical discussion that we need to have here tonight. How much should we address businesses? Yeah. So John, I see your hand still up.
Yeah,
or-
actually, I did actually have one thing to add. Sorry.
Okay.
And I also wanted to say, just to put this in further context, that the shift we made last year, which is now in effect, was 1.714. I'm quite sure. I hope I quoted that correctly.
Right there. Mhm.
Yeah. So the difference between what I suggested as the middle number and the number we're at now, it's minuscule. It's 1.711 versus 1.714. And it's a little tiny bit more in the direction of commercial. That's what we're dealing with. If we take the middle number, and if we take the lowest number of shift, then it'll be something less of a shift than that. And if we take the highest number of shift, it'll be something more of a shift than that. Right. I think I said that backwards. The highest number is the highest shift towards commercial, and the lowest number is the lowest shift toward commercial.
So John, are you advocating for the 1.714 or the one?
Pardon?
Which one are you advocating for? The one?
I'm advocating 1.711,
Okay.
which is the middle of the 3 possibilities that Mel presented to us in the memo. And as I say, it's almost the same as we now have.
Yeah, it's closest to the maximum allowed levy that we can collect.
That's not, mine isn't the closest. No, the Mel proposed, I believe, 1.744 or something like that. That's the closest to the maximum that we can collect.
Not on this chart, is it?
No.
Can I ask a
1711
question?
is the closest, yes.
1.711 is the closest.
Yeah.
And Rashid, would you, no offense, John, because I'm just trying to understand it myself, but would you agree with John's assessment that the difference between 1.711 and 1.714 is minuscule?
It is looking at the tax rate. Again, in this chart, the last year's shift is not available, as you can see here. It's over the levy, so it's not available. But it is the closest factor that that is available to last year's 1711. Just one point I want to make is one thing to remember is assessment values on the residential side increased, whereas on the commercial side decreased. So there's already a natural shift to taxes from commercial to residential because of the increase in value. Keep in mind that when you're thinking of this. And then there is obviously the additional shift through this factor here.
So Rashid, can you go on to the next slide so that we can look at median tax percentage increase by class?
Sure, I can do either show that or this is the summary.
Okay.
It's less busy.
Yeah.
It shows fewer numbers. This is the first, we got a single family homes here, the median value with the residential exemption. This is the increase in tax, median tax bill in blue here. Those are the percentages of the same shifts. The top row here shows the shifts. Condominiums, the second group is condominiums. This is the median value owner occupied, exemption is taken out. This is the median increase in tax bill, 3% to 3.6. And then the next slide is the 3 2s and 3 families. Similar to single families increases pretty much because assessment, we're increased at the same percentage also, valuation. It's 8.2 to 8.8 on the 2 families and 8 to 8.6 on the 3 families. And then the last one is the apartment rentals and commercial. This is the increases on the, again, the rental properties decreased in value, and that's resulted in the median increase in tax bill as a smaller amount, from 3.2 to 3.8, commercial 4.9 to 2%.
Okay. John and then Miriam.
Yeah, I wonder if it's possible to put on the screen the memo with the range of 3 possible votes that was prepared for us, because I do fear at this point we're really confusing people. You would see in that memo that there were 3 possible votes suggested: 1.702, 1.711, and 1.719. So 1.711 is the middle, 1.702 is the lowest, 1.719 is the highest. Those were the 3 that Mel outlined in his, oh, thank you, there you go. I just want to be sure that people aren't confused at this point as to why I said I was proposing the middle.
So I agree. I think 1.711 is where I'm coming out as well. So that's all. I just want to say that. I mean, my mind can still be changed because I could still be confused, but
me too.
I think that's the sweet spot. I mean, especially when I appreciate with Rashid's framing that this is as close to as it was last year. It also gets us, as close to me, it's close to what it was last year. It gets us as close as we can to what we can do without going over. So if I'm understanding this correctly, again, caveat, big asterisk, then I agree with John. I'm comfortable with the 1.711.
Raul?
Thanks. I think it's really important for folks to also understand the big decision has been made. The big decision is sticking around 21%. We have the ability to go all the way up to 35% or all the way down to 0 to not do this at all. The big decision was where we're going to land there. And then we have a smaller band. And I think it's instructive when you look at the actual dollar impact between the 3 choices we have in front of us. And Rashid, if I'm reading the chart right, this is the busier one that has a lot more information on it. The difference between the 1.714 for a single family home. Let me see if you're putting the same thing up that I have. we have a busier one. Between the 1.714 and on the other side, the 1.702 of the ones we're considering on the lower end. Yep, there you go. If we just put that full, we'll be able to see it. If this is the one for 21%. There you go. And so that change over FY21, those yellow highlighted bands are really instructive because we're looking at, Rashid, these are real dollars, yes?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And so the difference between the 1.714 and the 1.702 for a single family home is the difference between 1339 and 1362. Okay, so now we're within this really small band here where we're trying to make, I think, maybe value decisions. And this was exactly what we ran into last time. We look at the value decision around, again, a small increase on the residential, a small increase can be seen in different ways. If we favor residential by a small amount, we end up sort of, impacting commercial in a negative way by a slightly larger amount. Still not like an astronomical amount, but a slightly larger amount. I think at this point we're in such a small bandwidth that it makes sense to go with the middle range too. I think that's what John was suggesting. I think it makes sense to me too, especially when we just look at the real dollar impacts here. And I think that's the right place to be.
I'm not as convinced, but I can go along. I just really, having a 9% increase for single family and 2.6% for commercial. I'd be curious to see the breakdown. How many businesses, how many total businesses make up the, that pie of the commercial tax base, and how many, I guess, heavyweights are there compared to how many, smaller entities? I just can't get over 9% and 2.6 versus something that is a little bit kind of closer together, like an 8.6 and a 4.5. But I realize businesses are still struggling, but some of our biggest taxpayers are very big companies that could probably absorb. So, Rashid, do you have any information about that could help me?
Information on the number of businesses and the number of businesses versus number of single family homes? Is that what your question is?
Yeah, mostly right now, I really want to drill down into what is our commercial base? Is it mostly big institutions or is it mostly smaller mom and pops that,
Well, the median
2.6?
value, the median value is 1,972,000. Obviously, there are two extremes. There's the large ones and there's obviously the small ones. But the small ones that what we talk about is mostly the commercial condominiums. There's about 100, out of the 560 businesses between the mixed use and commercial, there are about 100 condominiums, commercial, medical. Those are what we call the small range, the bottom of the range.
Okay, so like doctors' offices in like a building.
Yeah, or small retail places too. Two types. And then we have the highest values, the Brookline place would play, or the large blocks of retail, commercial, mixed use. So we get the two extremes, and there's in between a handful of between. But the median is 1,972,000. So versus apartment building rentals, the median's at 3.358. So there we have a more higher value apartment building versus commercial. And this is dragged down by obviously the small places you just listed. Single family is the same thing. Median is at 1,906,000. Owner occupied is 1,595,000. So at this is the increase on the median tax bill.
Rashid, sorry, Heather. Am
Go
I,
ahead,
am I,
Raul.
yeah, thank you. Am I right? I'm looking at the sheet with the break-even value, a 21% residential exemption impact at various assessments. Remember that one?
Right here.
And in my reading of this, if I'm right, yeah, that if up to about $2.5 million of property value, you get some benefit from the residential exemption.
You're right. Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty good. I mean, we're at that point where, you know, I don't know that, you know, there's no question that there are folks, you know, that may find themselves in very high price homes that are, you know, the impact of property and tax increases certainly has an impact on them. But I think for the folks that this is designed, you know, to support, I think we're at a place right now, and one could argue that, you know, I think if we wanted to have a greater impact, then we would just raise the percentage, and that would have the greater impact rather than, you know, the shift or something like that. So I just wanted to point that out to people, because if people think that we're, you know, I don't know, we're being stingy here, or we're trying, you know, like not doing enough for homeowners who need the support. I think when you look at this chart here, it really shows you, you know, who's able to benefit from this exemption.
I suppose that's true. Miriam? No? Okay.
I have,
by the way,
it was old.
Okay.
My hand up, sorry.
Yeah. I was going to say, if we have more time or in some future date, I would certainly love a conversation, theoretical or otherwise, about changing 21%. I just feel like we never have enough research or data to understand what the impact would be. And I was trying to do some research on my own. I don't know if there's just enough out there to know exactly what would happen if we raised it up to 30% or something like that. I just don't know.
The numbers get really wonky. I remember distinctly when we went from 20 to 21%, we did look at 35%, and you know, we're paying condo owners because it's like negative $353, and then single family, like it's just it really, the numbers get really weird. John?
Just to provide some context, I'm just wondering if Rashid has any guidance he can offer us as to whether there is a trend in terms of liens on commercial properties and liens on residential properties as a result of failures to make payment.
I'm not sure if Justin is available, but the treasurer maintains that list, but I don't think there are a few, but I wouldn't, it's not a substantial number. There are a few.
What I'm trying to get at is, do we have any way of measuring whether the commercial sector has been hit harder relative to the residential sector in terms of ability to pay their taxes? Or vice versa?
Is Harold Peterson available? I didn't see him here tonight, because he calculated ability to pay when he served on the CPA committee. So I know he would have something to say about this. But we probably don't have that information.
Yeah, we don't have it. We don't have it.
My understanding is the collection is at up to 98%. So for the last tax payments, that's my understanding.
And we did discuss putting in the tax bills, you know, contact information, if people are having hardship, ways to qualify themselves. Justin.
Yeah. Good evening, Justin Casanova Davis, Acting Finance Director. I actually had that researched. I checked. That's a good question. Our collection rates are around their historical averages. Not one industry, whether it's residential or commercials, had, you know, a higher sort of collection rate or a lower. It's around the average. It's about 97.9 or so, and it's pretty similar to what they have been in the past. Hopefully that addresses your question, John.
Well, yes, except that with one bit of shading here, which is, you know, a tax that is collected as a result of a lien, you know, is collected, but the lien tells you something that the person, you know, was having a hard time paying the taxes. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm asking specifically about liens.
Liens, I'll have to follow up with you. I don't want to say something without having it verified and factual. So let me double check and I'll make sure you guys get that information.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we have to make a decision here tonight.
Yeah.
But I'm not knowledgeable. You know, I certainly don't work in that department, but I haven't heard any anecdotes. So if a majority of this board is comfortable with the 1.711, that's what we can vote on. Any further discussion from select board members? Seeing none, I will move approval of the 21% residential exemption and the CIP factor of 1.711 for fiscal year 2022. Yes. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And I believe that is the conclusion of our business.
Yay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rashid
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Justin.
Have a
Mark and
good night.
team.
Take
Bye.
care.
Always
Good
a
night.
pleasure, Rashid.
Thank you, Rashid.
Thank
Very
you. Thank
helpful.
you. Thank you. Take care.
Oh, Harold's here.
Ah, Harold, did you have something that you wanted to say?
No, I just wanted you to know that I've been here all the time. I don't know why my face wasn't up there, but I have done a good deal of, I've given a great deal of thought to the impact of the residential exemption, particularly in how it affects our efforts to achieve diversity in Brookline. And I'd be happy to share that with members of the board who can at some point.
Yes.
Yes, that'd be great.
Harold is a professor of economics emeritus at Boston College. And when he speaks on these issues, I actually understand what he says.
I need a tutorial, Harold.
We all